Troubleshoot kicked door in. I have arrived. Welcome, bro. Very happy to have you here. The hell was what? I'm just chilling, bro. I'm just chilling. Why are you on my fucking case, man? Like, come on, bro. I'm just chilling. Layrila, your name is a tongue twister no matter what I do. I am always gonna struggle with that name. Related. Oh my god. Lorela, how you doing? I hope you guys are doing well. I hope everyone is doing well. To both the YouTube viewers and the Twitch viewers. I hope you guys are doing fine. Welcome back. It is Thursday, of course. One more sleep, ladies and gentlemen, and then it's Friday. Then it's the weekend. Then we can all just chill and, you know, play with our peepees or whatever. Just one more day. One more day. I am so fucking tired today. You guys have no idea. Good morning from New Jersey, USA. Sup, bro, from Cape Town, South Africa. It's the L and the R next to each other. Handsome boys and beautiful girls. Linley, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's the L and the R right next to each other, which creates a weird tongue twisting effect. Giovanna, how you doing? Lorela. I'm assuming I'm making it harder for myself because I want to say Lyrela, but maybe Lorela is the better one. Vasiliki, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, everyone. Oh my goodness, you guys are putting so much pressure on me. Now I have to entertain you. So much. Scott, how you doing, bro? I hope the day's finding you well. Yeah, it's good. You know, I spent the whole morning editing videos, making videos. I had to make 3 videos today. 3 fucking videos that I had to make from scratch. And yeah. Hello, handsome boys and beautiful girls. What the hell is going on with you? Is that, like, am I missing something? Why do I have 2 different people saying hello, handsome boys and girls, and what's going on? Is the stream down? Clovey, I don't think it is. It should be live for everyone. Scott, that is true. That is true. Well, I'm still going to be making videos. That's not going to change, right? But yeah, you'll be editing the clips shit, and Holy will be editing the main channel shit, and I can just focus on live streaming, which is great because I can stream a lot more then. You know, instead of wasting about 6 hours a day editing videos, I can do 6 extra hours of streaming every single day, which I think is good, right? I see why you're exhausted now. Hello. Exhausted doesn't even begin to cover it, bro. Doesn't even begin to cover it. So I was telling Scott this yesterday. The reason I'm so glad that Scott wants to start editing for the channel. Right now, I spend, before I even acceptable aura, how you doing? Before I even go live, so up right until now, right? I spent 6.5 hours making videos and editing videos, right? So by the time I start the live stream, I'm already a good 6 hours into the workday, right? That I've been grinding away, editing videos, making videos. Well, I make the videos first, then I edit the videos, then I do the thumbnails for the videos. And then we go live. And then what? We're going to be live for 5, 6, 7 hours usually. Sometimes I cut it short. I don't know, depending on how I feel. But most of the time it's between 5 and 8 hours that we stream. You know, so by the time I start the stream, I'm already fucking tired. But I'm already like, oh my God, I need a break. So now, if I don't have to edit the clips anymore, I can wake up 2 hours later, like quickly make 2 videos, 3 videos, however many videos I want to make the day, and immediately go live, right? So 2 hours after waking up, I can go live, and then we'll do 12-hour streams a day. Easy. Easy. What we'll do is, we'll just stream the whole day. I'll do everything that I normally do just on stream, because I no longer have to edit videos. Nameless, how you doing? Grace, how you doing? Will you be playing Season of Discovery when it comes out? Yeah, but about in the same way that I play all other video games when they come out. Lackluster and not to the completion of the game. That's how I play games, right? I start the game and then I just stop playing. The trick is to always leave them wanting less. It really works out well. Almost complete with Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, that was the first time that started to happen, actually. Finally, the best moment of my day. Blue Nile, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Very happy to have you here. Pringles, yeah. I mean, I now have people on Twitter starting to hound me about my Final Fantasy XIV playthroughs. Like, people on Twitter are starting to comment on my post going, bro, you should really finish Final Fantasy XIV. You have no idea how good that story of friendship is. It's like, stop fucking nagging. I said I'll get there, and I will get there when I get there. Why do you always wear black and no other colors too? It's easier to just buy black shirts. So, I have this shop where I buy all of my shirts, and they sell the shirts in packs of 3. Now, they have a choice between white, blue, and black. I walk in, I grab 2 packs of the black ones, and then that's it. I do have other shirts. So I do have gray shirts, and I have, I think, 1 red shirt. And I have 2 gray shirts, 1 dark gray and 1 light gray. I have 1 red shirt. And then I have black shirts. Trying to think, do I have any other color? I don't think so. I think those are the only colors I have. But those are, like, it's all ease of use. So, Vasiliki, my entire life is set up in such a way. What is the easiest way to live? I don't do things that, like, I don't like things that require too much effort. So, I don't like, I always buy my shirts too big, because that way I don't have to go fit. I don't have to take the shirt, going to the fitting rooms and see, is this actually hugging my figure just right? Fuck it. Buy one size too big. It'll guaranteed fit. Who gives a fuck, right? So I cut down on that. And then everything else in my life, I sort of make the same sort of thing, right? What's the least amount of effort need to be spent here in order to actually, like, still live? So when it comes to buying food, I just go to the shop, I buy a shit ton of brisket, and that's my food. Why do I buy a shit ton of brisket? Because it requires no thought. I know I'm going to buy the brisket, and I'm going to make the brisket, and I don't have to think about it. Whereas if you go and you do shopping, now you have to start thinking, do I want brisket? Like, I should work out a menu of how I'm going to be eating this week. Fuck that. There's a lot of work. Just buy the brisket. Make that and eat that. It's good. It works. So, acceptable aura. I would love to do ready meals. The problem is no company in South Africa, no takeaway place, and no ready meals is carnivore friendly. I would actually, unironically, eat ready meals every day, all day, no questions asked, if there were carnivore options that wasn't filled with preservatives and wasn't super processed. King Julian, what you call lazy, I call perfectly optimized. Perfectly optimized. I own almost nothing, as I've already explained to you guys many times before, because if you own stuff, in order to own stuff, you have to buy stuff. And in order to buy stuff, you have to go to places in order to buy that stuff. So just don't buy the stuff, and then you don't own it, and then you don't have to worry about it. How's the weather climate in South Africa? Vasiliki, it's mixed, I guess. Where I live in Cape Town, it's pretty nice. It usually doesn't get above 30, or it does, but very rarely. And specifically where I live in Gordons Bay, it's very windy. So even if it's very hot, you barely feel it. It's not that bad, to be fair. It's sort of like cool. And it's beautiful as shit. The winters are also great in Cape Town. Like, absolutely gorgeous here because it doesn't get super cold. It gets just cold enough to where it's fun. It's not like, oh my god, I'm freezing my balls off. I'm about to die. And then it also rains a lot in the winter, which makes it super fun. But it all depends on where you are in South Africa. If we go north to where I was born, Polokwane, hot as balls all the time. Even when, like, Polokwane doesn't have seasons. It has hot summer and slightly less hot summer. But there's no seasons. It's not like, oh, you know, this is winter and this is summer. No. It's all summer. It's just, this is a slightly less hot summer. So maybe in the evening you would wear a jacket. Because it's chilly out. Pretoria, I think, has a nice mix of seasons. In June CT, it was like 5C. Acceptable, but it's not that bad. I don't know if it's maybe the humidity that does it, but it doesn't feel like the winters in Cape Town isn't anything compared to the winters in Pretoria. I don't know. Acceptable. Have you ever been in Pretoria? I mean, fuck, it's South Africa. You should have been there. Have you ever lived in Pretoria? Because the winters there gets nuts. Like, I'm talking sitting inside your house and your fingers are fucking freezing. Like, you can't play video games because your fingers don't want to operate. It's a next level cold. Like, it's penetrating. That's what the cold is. The winter is in Pretoria. Yeah, you guys can take your minus degrees and fuck right off with that shit. We don't have minus degrees really here unless you go to like the North Cape. But no one lives there anyway, so it doesn't matter. But you can take your minus degrees and fuck right off. Our winters is just right. Although, in saying that, I would actually prefer to live in a place that just has snow all the time. Like, that would be the best place for me to live. Like, imagine snow all year round. That would actually make me happy, but, you know. Is Pretoria close to the South Pole? Well, I guess the whole of South Africa is close-ish to the South Pole. But yeah, Cape Town would be the closest to the South Pole. Because it's the most south you can go in South Africa. Pretoria is way north. Like, about 2 days drive north from Cape Town. So yeah. Oh yes, the North Pole, just right. No. You guys don't know. Not the North Pole. What I'm thinking about, I don't know if this is a fictional place in my head, but this is where I would want to live, is a cabin in the middle of a forest with snowfall all year round. And maybe like a stream that during the summer months, you know, you hear the water just rushing by. If there was a place like that that had super fast internet, that's what I would live. But that would be like peak for me. Do I have any siblings? Four brothers. All about 3 years apart. Does the I don't think the Drakensberg has snow all year round, acceptable. So Canada? Yeah, maybe like Canada. Although I don't like Canada, so maybe not Canada. Maybe Alaska. Isn't Alaska like pretty much always snowy? I feel like Alaska, I don't think I've ever seen pictures of Alaska that isn't just filled with snow. Maybe Alaska is where, but what's the internet like in Alaska? You know, it's all manner of questions. I have, to be fair though, I always say I want to live in that cabin, but then I kind of like the city. Like, my brother is more the, like, he loves the rural living, whereas I like living in the city. I like knowing that I can take the car and within half an hour, I can be at a place where I can buy anything I need. Or I can go to a bar or to a restaurant and just eat out, right? And it's just around the corner. Whereas if you live rural, you're obviously not getting that. Right? Now, the city has its own sort of shitty things, obviously. Then why you live in South Africa? You can't buy shit there, apparently. What do you mean you can't buy shit? What can we not buy in South Africa? I was like, yeah, you guys have winter in a weird time. Yeah, but Greece is pretty much always summer, isn't it? We're looking for Warhammer books. They can't import. Abaddon, yeah, but books is a particular problem, and the only reason we can't buy books here is because we're not a priority market. But if you look at this, it's coming along, right? It's coming along. Yes, it's slow, but it is coming along. It just, all we need now, and that will happen next year, is Amazon to open here, and then I will be able to buy all the books I want. Amazon is coming to South Africa next year, and then no problem, you know, no more import costs. They can suck my dick. I can then order all the books I want. Regular gamer, how you doing, brother? Looking at SA map, I can see some funny Dutch names. You have no idea, bro. There are some funny names of towns and shit. The funniest town in South Africa, and this is going to mean shit all to any of the English viewers in the chat, but the funniest name, and it's also the town, I believe, with the longest name in South Africa, is Twee buffels met een patroon doodgeskiet fonteine. That's a town name. And it's actually just a fucking sentence. Because it means 2 buffalo shot dead with 1 bullet fountains. That is directly translated. I don't know why the fuck that name... Like, maybe some guy actually did shoot 2 buffalo with 1 shot, with 1 bullet. And he was like, yep, that's what this town is going to be called now. I don't know how they decided on that name, but that is the name that they stuck with. So I guess as a Dutchman, I understood that. Oh, yeah. Google, longest Welsh name. I've already heard a news reporter saying that name. No, it's fine. The Dutch... look, the Welsh are fucked. They do weird shit. Everyone knows that. Wonder how many and how big patches. Regular gamer, what do you mean? Big patches household. Except, alright, well. Someone asked if I smoke cigarettes as well. No. Not anymore. Used to. Used to smoke a lot. Used to smoke about 2 packs a day. But no, I haven't smoked like real cigarettes in more than a year, I think. I once dated a Welsh girl with 34 double Ds. Longest name I'd ever heard. What was her name? Yeah, that's the one. It's Mors doodgeskiet fonteine. Yeah, you're correct. Homeless hoagie? Why not? I said, I wonder how big will the next patches for DF be. I wonder what the next patches for DF is going to be. Regular gamer. I don't even give a shit about how big they're going to be, because I don't expect... So, I don't expect the next patches, so the patch 10.2.5 and 10.2.7, I don't expect these patches to be super huge patches. I think they're going to be a mix of fated. Because Blizzard have already said that they are experimenting with these patches. So I'm expecting a sort of fated system with stories incorporated within it. Because from what I understand, the tier storyline is yet to be finished. We haven't seen the tier storyline play out yet. There's a number of other storylines that have not started yet. And we're probably also gonna need to have some kind of start to the next expansion that's going to have to be laid on top of whatever the fuck this expansion has been so far. So I sort of imagine that it's going to be a mixture between fated stuff and some story stuff. It's good and bad. The good bit is that we will be able to see very shortly what direction the World of Warcraft story is going to take with the next expansions. Like, very shortly, we'll be able to deduce that. The bad part is we will very shortly know whether or not we even need to get hyped for the future of WoW. Evil Zans, how you doing? Thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We have the storyline of Malfurion that needs to come home because... Fuck! Why did you remind me of this? I thought that I had forgotten it. I thought that I was moving on, and you just reminded me. What the fuck was the point of Ysera in this fucking expansion? Explain. Someone. So anyone in chat, break down exactly why Ysera had anything to do with this expansion. Like, why was she brought back? Is there anyone that can even wager a fucking guess as to why she was brought back? Gozorb, yes, I've reacted to that. So they bring Ysera back. They do fuck all with Ysera. Like nothing. Absolutely nothing. They forgot about Ysera like a cheap $5 hooker, bro. Just absolutely moved the hell on. Who gives a crap, yeah? Until the final patch, where they give her maybe like a short little storyline. Like, oh, here's a little storyline, you know, just pop it in there, yeah? And then Ysera goes, oh, but I can't stay, my friends. I have to leave. I have to go back to Ardenweald to repay a debt. What? Why were you here in the first place? Like, what was that story decision? Stories is like currency. When you're gonna use a story point, when you're going to implement a plot point into something, it's a currency. Right, you're making investments. You're drawing from the bank account. That was wasteful spending. You wasted money on bringing a character back that had no part or role in the story other than we want an emotional moment for Malfurion. We really want the player base to feel emotional about Malfurion going into Ardenweald. Fans love. They wanted. So Apocalypse, that's exactly my thinking. My thinking is that, again, we have Blizzard hunting the emotions. You know, again, we have Blizzard manipulating the player base. Like, going hard, bro. We will get these players to fucking cry if it's the last thing we do. Like, no matter what. You know what? I have just realized something. I need to tweet again, chat. Here we go. I'm about to make a lot of people angry again. I need a nice scene. I need a nice scene from this cinematic. Here we go. And I think we can just use this one. I think this is just fine. You know, where they're embracing each other. I feel like I feel like that's just perfect. Let's do this. Let's do this as our little screenshot, shall we? All right, now we can go into here, and we can quickly. Here we go. Warcraft devs scene really made me cry ugly tears of emotions that overwhelmed me with absolute sorrow. Really well done. P.S. Now that you have your praise for emotional scene done badly, would you please stop with the emotional manipulation? Thank you. Is that good? You think? I think that's decent, right? Well, dude, here's the thing. The only reason Blizzard is doing cinematics like this one is because Blizzard is desperate for tweets like this one. They're desperate for it. They need this. They want the player base to praise them for their incredibly emotional storytelling. And the only way they're ever going to get that super emotional storytelling is apparently if they just keep upping the ante. They just have to keep going more and more and more emotions. Eventually the player base will break and start fucking crying. No one cries, no one gives a shit. So I'm thinking, let's start tweeting at them, telling them just how fucking much we cried in the story. And then hopefully we can move on and actually get some good fucking stories for once. You know, like hopefully we'll get some good stories at some point again. Because I'm thinking this is the only reason they're doing this. Dragneil? Yes. Yes. I want big sweaty guys killing other big sweaty guys and then killing more big sweaty guys. That's it. That would be the dream for World of Warcraft. Let's just go back to that, because at least then the story was half good. The whatever the hell this new stuff is, and it's not even like, you see, this is another one of those cinematics that the cinematic itself is not overly terrible. So if you guys want, I don't know if you guys have seen this cinematic, but let me show you.
I am so grateful we had this time together. My beloved friends.
The cinematic isn't bad. The cinematic isn't bad. It sets up a story, or the conclusion to a story that's been long in the making. You know, Ysera is a pretty emotional character. We're seeing everyone say goodbye to Ysera. It's not a bad cinematic in and of itself. There's, again, the age-old thing you'll see in a second.
With the aid of those gathered here, a Myrdrisa blossoms all around us. Do you remember when you first held its seed in your arms, Tyrande? Of course.
I want you to pay attention to what is said, not shown. Like, please, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to pay attention. You could so easily show this, but no. It has to be said. It has to be spelt out. Tyrande is about to tell us exactly word for word, you know, what happened when she first held the seed in her hands.
Hold its seed in your arms, Tyrande.
Of course. I cradled it as I would a child, and promised the souls within to honor their sacrifice.
This could have been done much better with just a visual flashback. Tyrande standing there cradling the seed, you know, like a little baby, and going, I will protect you. I will protect you. And then cut back to this. Yeah? Like, you could literally have Tyrande, I'm holding the baby. I will protect you. Cut back to this. Bam. The player has seen everything that the player needs to see. You've saved a bunch of money on voice lines. Bunch of money has just been saved on voice lines. You don't have to pay the voice actor nearly as much because you've shown, you know, rather than tell what you're doing. But it gets worse.
And I swore to you, I would do everything in my power to protect it.
Again, something that could have been, you know, could have been shown, but never mind.
We have both kept our vows.
And this is the first time that this cinematic really loses me. Tyrande is out here just straight up telling lies. We have both kept our vows. I'm sorry, Ysera. What did you do again? What exactly did you do? What? You weren't involved at all. You weren't part of this. This is legitimately... So there is a... when the Springboks, the South African rugby team, won the World Cup, yeah? They were all on the stage lifting the cup, super happy. Then my president, one of the most useless individuals in the history of Earth, walks on the stage just so that he can be part of it, right? He's also a part of it, and he also lifts the cup. Never mind the fact that every single thing that president does makes it harder for the Springboks to actually win the World Cup. Like, he actively works against the country. But he wants to be a part of it. He's there in his jersey. He's also lifting the cup as if he was on the fucking field playing for 80 minutes, you know, non-stop. He wants to be a part of it. Ysera is literally that character right now. Like, she shows up right at the end, having done absolutely nothing, and then goes, whew, we won. You know, the rest of us are beaten and bruised, blood coming out of our nose, bleeding from our testicles. It's been a hard-fought battle. She shows up pristine in her fucking drip, you know. She looks good, ladies and gentlemen. She looks good. She is dressed to impress. And she goes, man, that was a tough battle. You know, and the rest of us are just wiping the blood from our brow. Just nuts. I don't know what did she do? What did Ysera do to keep her vow other than just show up? I don't... This makes no sense to me.
It is time I return to Ardenweald.
Anya? All right.
To restore the balance.
What
and
balance?
Repay a debt to an old friend.
It would have been cooler if Malfurion showed up here. You know, show Malfurion, bring Malfurion back maybe. I don't know. That could have worked. No? Apparently not. Apparently not.
Mother, I thought you came back to ensure that I would...
My precious child.
King Julian, do you just not know the lore, or are you just trying to troll? Ysera absolutely did not make Marithra the next green dragon aspect. Absolutely not. Dude, you play World of Warcraft more than me. How the fuck do you not know this? Wolf Silver, how you doing, brother? Before be like, so what did I miss? did Ysera be like, so what the fuck did I miss? Like, Malfurion's been in Ardenweald the entire expansion, and he's been more involved in this expansion than Ysera. So yeah. Like, I'm sorry. Ysera is the one showing up going, oh, what did I miss? You know, I've been asleep. But thank fuck she's returning to Ardenweald. Because I'm sure the people in Ardenweald also need a dragon that does absolutely fuck all for years on end.
You are strong, compassionate, and wise. And you have become the leader I knew you would. You did not need me to guide you.
Truth. She did absolutely not need you to guide her, and you didn't. Look how fucking well that worked out.
Mother, I will always need you.
I shall not be far.
Yep.
I am so proud of you. My heart.
You know what? Here's the one thing that I will say about this entire scene here. The one thing that I will say about this entire scene. This is, and by the way, Saint Blood, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate you, man. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is the one time in the whole history of Dragonflight that we get an actual real snippet of dialogue. The one thing that I can't take away, never mind the fact that Ysera lies through her fucking teeth here, right? And just makes stuff up. I was involved too, people. But just the words and the way the words are said and the way that the words are written, this is a real conversation. Like, Blizzard finally, right at the end, manages to nail a normal human conversation. Because if you had the opportunity to say a final goodbye to your mother, and your mother had the opportunity to say a final goodbye to her daughter, this is what that conversation would probably be like. It is more natural than any of the other like dialogues we've had in this expansion cinematics. It's just sad that it's completely ruined by the fact that half of it is made up. It's pretend. Marithra, I could never have done this without you. What do you mean? You did do it without her? Literally for the whole of the expansion? What are you talking about? Like, this is the kind of thing you tell your boss to make your boss feel good so he doesn't fire you, even though your boss is doing fuck all. Saint Blood, thanks for the sub, man. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind, sir. Koth with the $5 super chat. Really appreciate you, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind, sir. Maturing better be coming through. Malfurion better be coming through this portal in a minute. Druid player here, and I'm still annoyed. No, he's not showing up yet. You know, that's another emotional cinematic coming later.
Remember, all time is borrowed. And in this, there is beauty.
And she goes from having a real dialogue to once again trying to be some kind of fucking highbrow philosopher. Remember, all time is borrowed. And in this, there is beauty. That is so deep. Oh my god, my heart. Holy shit, that touched my heartstrings. What? Who the fuck says that? Like, who says that? The only time someone would use words like that is in a book if they're writing it down. No one speaks that way.
All is well.
And this is what I mean with just the incredible amounts of manipulation, the emotional manipulation that takes place here. Dude, there are husbands all throughout the world that can take cues from Blizzard on how to emotionally manipulate their wives. And I think wives can do too. Like, this is like next level stuff. They're so desperate to get an emotional reaction from the player base that she says this. Like, what the fuck is this? Long pause, and then this is the next word.
All is well.
The pan out and the sad music. What is going on? I don't understand. Why is every goddamn cinematic like this? And I genuinely don't get it. Does Blizzard not know oh, you need diversity. You need different types of stories. You cannot have every single story be this emotional manipulation joyride that the player just needs to cry a bit. Oh. I don't know. Do you know why a boat floats and the stone cannot? Seymour, why? Because the writers are trying to turn everything into a soap opera? CDJ, that's genuinely what it feels like. It feels like this is just... It is soap opera levels of writing.
Oh my god!
Bloodspeaker, thank you so much for the sub, man. Really appreciate that. 3 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind, sir. I'm missing a lot of war within setups in the cinematics, but maybe I'm missing something? Kane, what do you mean you're missing? Or are you sensing? Do you mean sensing? Nico Spider, how you doing? Travis, how you doing, bro? Who do you think the old friend Khadgar has enlisted to pursue Iridacron from the feed quest Medivh? Travis, I haven't played any yet. I haven't played the newest quests yet. These cinematics have left a really bad taste in my mouth. So I think I'll be playing the quests this weekend. If I can fucking get over the cinematics. So I don't know, but if he is saying he's enlisted an old friend to pursue Iridacron, it can be Medivh, but that would suddenly bring Karazhan, like that would create a whole new layer of connection for Karazhan. Christopher, love you too, man. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you. Getting banished in the end of WoD was for me a good setup for Legion and showing us that he will return in Legion, and I'm not seeing stuff like that in the cinematics of DF. Oh, you can't see stuff like that in the cinematics of DF. Of course you can't see that. What are you talking about? Like, why do you not want to let the Blizzard developers cook, bro? What are you doing? The Blizzard developers are trying to make you cry. They can't be putting in Easter eggs for the future of WoW. These cinematics are designed for one thing and one thing only. You need to start pissing your little eyes out. These are emotional stories. You know? I don't know emotional for who. Well, maybe, like, you have to, in order to truly experience emotion here, you can only, like, the only people that would be emotional about these cinematics are highly unstable people. Like, if you are emotionally unstable, yeah, maybe you're crying about this. Or maybe if you love Ysera. Actually, that's not fair. Because there might be people that actually care about Ysera, so this last few minutes between Ysera and her daughter may have actually tugged at their heartstrings. But for the most part, this is just cringe. At least for me. You cry every time, CCS? I cry too, but because it's really bad. Doran, and there you go. The proof that is the rub. Ysera herself says, I will not be far. Ysera herself says, I will not be far. So Ysera admits, oh, the Shadowlands is just the holiday. You don't have to be afraid. You don't have to be sad. Hi, Lord. How you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Becky, how you doing? So, Becky, I started this off by saying that this cinematic, when compared to the others, is actually not that bad. And in a bubble, this cinematic isn't actually as bad. A lot of the emotion, at least in this cinematic, do kind of make sense. The problem is that this cinematic didn't occur within a bubble. The cinematic occurred after an entire expansion of sad cinematic, 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 sad cinematic. Please cry, please cry, please cry, please cry. Just non-stop. Every single cinematic is another moment for Blizzard to try and get sadness from the player base. And now you're ending it with this cinematic. But because I'm basically sick and fucking tired of the emotional manipulation within the story, this cinematic itself also falls apart. You know what, Alar? You are correct. The Blue Dragon questline stands as actually, the Blue Dragon questline and the Tier questline probably stand as a beacon of relatively decent storylines amongst a hodgepodge of bullshit. Like, the rest of it have just absolutely been nonsense. But you do have, that is true, the blue and the Tier storyline was actually not terrible. And, you know, the Bronze Dragon one had a lot of potential, but got destroyed because Chromie ran up and hugged Nosdormu. Like, fucking what? Bro. Oh my god, that is the most cringe. Oh, that is, like, as far as cringe goes, there's been some cringy cinematics in this expansion. That was probably the most cringe one of them all. Those quest lines had a little bit of tea in them. Of a lunar tree? Huddy, yes. You're talking about the fictional tree. The tree that they don't know whether or not it existed, but it may have existed before. Yeah, but there's nothing new there. I mean, the speculations about the existence of that tree has come from Legion. Because of, what was the name? Il'gynoth. Il'gynoth is a corrupted world tree inside the dream. But if you read all of the history of Il'gynoth, you know that Il'gynoth was once not in the dream. So Il'gynoth had to have existed at some point, somewhere. So we've known for a long time that there had to have been some kind of tree in Ungoro Crater. That was, by the way, where we speculated it may be. So it's not, I mean, it's not completely new in that regard. Balroy, I haven't seen the full story yet. So the Druids of the Flame ultimately just kept following Farak. They made no, they didn't betray him or go off on their own. They just kept following Farak. Is that how that story ended? The new tree is in the Dragon Isles, yes. Other druids for other elements. Well, druids encompass all of the elements, Pringles. The fire druids are fire druids for a different reason. It's not that they only adhere to the fire element. The fire druids follow the living flame. Right now, okay, so you have to kind of understand the story of the druids. Staghelm and his druids after the fall of Nordrassil want a new tree. With Nordrassil's destruction, the Night Elves lose their immortality because the tree has been destroyed. They then find they grow Teldrassil as Teldrassil at this point, very young tree. But they find Teldrassil and they go to the dragon aspects and they're like, please bless this tree. But they don't say please. They demand. They demand that the dragon aspects bless Teldrassil. Which all of the aspects do, except for Nordrassil. For Nostormu. Nostormu refuses to bless Teldrassil. And the reason Nostormu refuses is arrogance. He believes the Night Elves have grown arrogant, and that the Night Elves don't deserve to have immortality if they believe that it is their right to be immortal. And so Nostormu doesn't want to bless the tree. Staghelm and his followers now set off on a brand new quest. They start planting branches from Nordrassil all over the world. You know, some of them in Northrend. You saw the tree there that fell over and broke in half because of the corruption of Yogg-Saron. And all of that is for one thing and one thing only. They are trying to gain their immortality back. Eventually, they turn to the flame, the living flame, because the living flame turns them into immortal druids again. Flame is eternal. So by accepting the flame, they now have immortality. Their whole goal in the Emerald Dream, when you read the books that's scattered all over their camps, their whole goal is not to destroy the Emerald Dream, it is to infuse the Emerald Dream with living flame, thereby making everything immortal. So it's not like... So druids form part of all elements. They can use all of the elements, but the fire druids specifically focus on fire because that's where their immortality comes from. There's a lot more that goes into that. That's sort of a very broad view of the fire druid storyline. Hello, Fight. Yes, pretty much. Samurai Denuser, if so, how do you think? So, the rumors that I've heard, and I can only speak about the rumors, but the rumors that we've heard is that there's been a lot of division within Blizzard, specifically from the story side, on Meten. There's a lot of developers, specifically in the narrative team, that do not particularly like the direction that Meten wants to go. They have other plans, and they think that Meten is ruining their plans. From what we've heard recently, it seems like all of them have fallen in line. Like, all of them have accepted, all right, you know, fine, we'll fucking take Meten. That's fine. We can't really argue. So what are we going to do, right? Oreb, how you doing, bro? For some reason, that super chat didn't come through, Korth. What happened? It didn't show up. I mean, in the stream. Meten is old guard. New guard wants to promote their leftist values. I don't even know if that's the case. I'm reading War of the Scalebone. Hopefully, I'll understand more of the lore. Zenful, how you doing? From what I've heard, the War of the Scalebone is pretty good. But I've also heard that the War of the Scaleborn retcons things that were literally in Dragonflight, like things that were introduced in Dragonflight gets retconned by War of the Scaleborn. So well, let's let's wait and see. But do we agree or disagree that Mason is a better storyteller? Eliath, I believe that Mason is a better storyteller. And the only reason I believe that is because Mason is, like, if you look at the body of Mason's work, they have been phenomenal. You know, it was Mason that basically designed all of the IPs of World of Warcraft in terms of the narrative for those IPs. Mason came up with the overarching narrative for Warcraft back in the day. World of Warcraft very much has its success owed to Mason. So I believe that Mason is arguably one of the greatest world builders, I think, in the gaming industry. I think Mason is one of the greatest world builders in the gaming industry. It all depends on, you know, how much freedom is he actually going to have, and then how much pushback is he actually going to have. Will the writers be okay with going dark? You know, do the writers have the ability to write dark shit? To a secret answer, Aklon. Robot, what's the secret answer? Hello, Fight. Okay, so currently, when we look currently at the amount of stories that is being introduced in the next expansion, they're definitely far limited in their scope. But of course, we haven't played the game yet, so we don't know exactly how many of the side stories there may be. But just off the bat, you have the story of the Earthen, you have the story of the Nerubians, and you have the story of the Arathians. And that appears to be it. That appears to be the end of it. They don't care. Try really listen to Mason at BlizzCon. He says that Soul Saga will vector us into the next 20 years, and you say he's a great world builder? Oh, but AimRobot, yeah, what do you mean? I mean, if you're talking about Mason basically building the next 20 years of World of Warcraft, yes, I fully agree with you. I'm just not sure how that's a secret answer, though. Hidetaka Miyazaki as a good world builder? Lucid, you're talking about the writer of Heavensward, right? Miyazaki, I think Miyazaki wrote, is it Dark Souls? Oh, yeah, didn't know that. Who's the lady who wrote Heavensward? Because she's pretty good as well, but she's more narrative. Bloodborne and stuff. Look, I never said that there aren't other great world builders out there. I just said that Mason is one of the greats, and I will stand by that. I think there are plenty of people that can write very good worlds. George R.R. Martin is a great example of a guy that writes very good worlds. But that doesn't take away from the fact that Chris Mason is very good as well. Rain Walter, how you doing? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Players, writers, be why WoW started sucking? No. There are plenty of stories that isn't like Warhammer at all that do very well. Ishikawa, that's the one. Yes, Pringles. Ishikawa. She's the writer of Heavensward. Final Fantasy's expansion to board. How do you not know that? No, I feel like if I'm going to be very courteous and very charitable to the WoW writers, I will say that it feels like a bunch of writers with no direction. It feels like a bunch of writers that were basically left to their own devices to write a bunch of stories. It looks as if a lot of these different stories were written by completely different writers. And each of them had this idea that they were going to do this super emotional story. And sadly, it just turns out that now everyone has done a super emotional story. But that's me being very, very generous with the writers and saying that maybe they can be very good with direction. If they have Mason and Mason is laying out where the story needs to go, maybe they can be brilliant with that. Because there are writers, whoever the hell it was, but there are writers that wrote the Blue Dragon questline. There are writers that wrote the Tyr questline. So clearly it's not as if there are no writers at Blizzard with any skill. The skill, there are some that have skill. The question is how many? That's basically what it boils down to. I play Guild Wars 2, but because WoW doesn't accept my payment method. Oh shit. Okay. What's your payment method? Euro, but that's, that's sort of the, yeah. That is most likely why. It does feel like there's a lot of disjointedness. Smiley, how you doing? Well, thank you. Just, it's not hard growing a beard. Like, just grow it. Just don't shave. That's how you grow a beard. You just don't shave. Some of the side quests are bangers as well. True. Very true. No, don't oil the beard. Samurai, you don't have to oil it. I don't oil my beard at all. And it is soft and luscious and gorgeous. You don't have to oil the beard. WoW has the greatest potential story ever. Sad it was so wasted for so long. I actually agree with you. I think I wouldn't wait. I wouldn't say that WoW has the greatest potential story. That's a little grandiose. But WoW definitely does have a great potential story. And yes, it does feel like it's been wasted for a long time by Danuser and Key, who continuously just rushed very short-term gains rather than thinking long-term. So, put the skin underneath. Troubleshooter, but yes, I have no problem with my skin underneath. I don't know why, maybe just, but I don't have dry skin at all. How would I write the Dragonflight story? We've done a couple of videos where I've gone into a little bit more detail on how I would have written certain stories within the Dragonflight scenario. As for how I would have written the Dragonflight story, I wouldn't have changed much. I would have just increased the stakes by a lot. And I would actually have had the dragons involved in some of the cool shit that happens. Like, for example, in the fight against Razageth, why not have Razageth be too powerful for us But then all three of the dragon aspects show up and they clap her cheeks in an epic cinematic where the dragon aspects actually take out the trash. That would have been cool. Actually involving the dragons in the fight would actually have been cool. During the Bronze Dragonflight questline, why didn't you have Nosdormu be the one that walk us through things rather than having Chromie walk us through things that has to do with Nosdormu? Again, would have made for a better storyline. You know, so I wouldn't have changed the story. I would have just upped the ante. I would have made it a lot more dangerous. Because, again, I think there were some potentially really good stories in Dragonflight. The problem was the execution of said stories. Building for 12 years with intent to write stories, always looking for more perspectives. Shadow Rodney, since I don't know the stories that you're writing, it's very difficult to give you advice on that. The way that I'm writing at the minute with my story is I just sit down and I write. And I guess it also depends on the kind of writer that you are. For a while, I tried to be what... So George R. R. Martin has this incredible, like, analogy. He says there's two types of writers. There's the architect, and then there's the gardener. Now, for a long time, I tried to write like the architect. Like, I tried to sort of set up this whole story, have everything sort of planned out perfectly, and then just fill in the gaps. And that didn't really work for me. And when he said that, I immediately was like, oh, shit, okay, I am a gardener. Which means I sit down and I start writing, and it just comes to me. You know, the story just happens, and I just follow the natural progression of the story. So, you know, the characters take the story to where it needs to go. I don't interfere with that. If the character at some point reaches the place of death, then the character needs to die. Because that's the natural progression of said story. A bit of both. Then I architect the foundation, then garden what's in there. Christopher, if I ever finish my book, I will probably let you guys know, and I'll release it on Patreon. I'll give it to patrons so they can read it, and I don't know, I fuck around with it, I guess. Don't sub to Patreon yet, though. It's very far away. I'll let you know when you can sub to get the book. I'm just doing it for fun because I have this story that I've been working on for more than a decade, and I've never written anything down. And then, you know, like a year ago, I decided, wait, maybe I should just start writing this shit down because I have the world. Why not just write it down, you know? And if I do say so myself, I think my world is pretty cool. I think my world is pretty cool. Work, man does horror stories so much better than his fantasy, and his fantasy is pretty fucking good. I have not, no, but I would want to. Reggie Cyclone, how you doing, bro? Blizzard problem is that they try to write things by committee. That could actually be true. Zentrati, wait. Like, actually? I'm not asking for me. I will never work for Blizzard. I prefer on Legend Keeper since it makes tons of backups. Did I just use Word? I haven't looked for software to write shit down. I just use Word. Right by the seat of your pants. By the way, have you tried Guild Wars 2? I have not, but I have said that I should. Like maybe one day on stream. We'll get to it. Teaser on the magic. So my universe does have magic, but it's not magic in the way that you've come to expect magic to be. So the incantations aren't incantations at all. They're prayers. You literally pray to your gods, and if the gods choose, they will do what you ask. If they don't want to, they won't. But all magic comes with a cost, like a great one. So, for example, there's one scene specifically where a sorcerer walks out into the battlefield and asks his god to give them victory. So he does this massive incantation, and there's just walls of flame that burn literally everything around him. But he dies in the process. Like, the god kills him. The god literally engulfs his body in flame. So he kills himself. In other words, there's no pew pew fireball. Magic is dangerous, and magic will kill you. Depending on the spell, of course, right? But that's just sort of a scene that I'm still workshopping. I haven't decided yet if that's going to be the scene. But yeah, magic isn't something that you can just utilize, right? You can't just go around using magic as much as you want. Magic is very much a thing of, it's the gods that do the magic. You are not even necessarily a wizard. You're a priest. So the sorcerers, for example, of the specific order, they're actually priests. They're not actually sorcerers. The common folk refer to them as sorcerers because they can do magic. But they're not. They're priests. They pray and they serve God, or their gods, at least. So that's sort of the... So you pray to the chaos gods for favors. Green to... Yeah, to some extent, I guess. But there's also a shit ton of gods. Right now, there's about 37 gods in my universe. I haven't decided yet if I'm gonna merge some of them. Like, maybe I don't need that many gods in the universe. But for now, there's about 37 gods. And the gods are not cool. Like, that's the one thing that I will say. The gods are not cool gods. They are cruel as fuck. All of them are beyond cruel. And none of them actually give a shit about anyone. They don't care about their followers. They don't care about anything. The people that follow these gods follow them for power. They don't follow them because they're good or because they're going to save the world. If anything, the gods would destroy the world given the opportunity. Bazak for the furthering of their own power. So some of the gods gain power simply through sacrifice. Some of the gods gain power through prayer, through worship. And some of the gods genuinely just want to see the world burn. So they will grant favors if this will lead to further things. Like if this will... So there's an interesting little twist here. All of the gods can see the future. But that doesn't mean that all of the futures is the actual future. And there is actually something bigger than the gods, but I have not figured out what that needs to be. But there is a being that is greater than the gods, and that most likely in some way is responsible for the creation of the gods, even though he didn't specifically create the gods, but he may be responsible for their creation as a byproduct of something that happened. I have not decided exactly yet what is the thing that happens. But effectively, the future that the gods see is the future in which they achieve victory, right? And they ultimately become the god. But each of the gods see this future in which they are the victor and they become the god. And each of the gods are too arrogant, with the exception of two, are too arrogant to realize that if every single one of the gods are seeing the future in which they win, then clearly that is not actually the future. Like, something is up. but they're too arrogant. They believe that they are too strong. And of course I'm going to win because I am the strongest. But there's two. One, at the moment at least, one doesn't want to win. They couldn't give two fucks. He actually wants to die. Okay. And then the other one is a she. And she knows that the future she sees isn't the future that she wants, because while she does win, it is a terrible future. And that's why she doesn't actively pursue that future. But yeah, that's sort of where I am right now. Taking place. Thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Here is your ultimate god named Apollonius, the Sovereign. I have more than half of the gods are completely unnamed. And they're unnamed because how they came to be and how old they are is lost to history. Like, no one actually knows where these gods came from or what the gods want. But and it sort of makes a lot more sense when you understand the world building of it. Like, there's a lot of things that people in my world don't know and don't understand because, yeah, stuff. Serena Chaos God. But yeah, I'm years away from that, even getting close to release, to be honest. Evans, no. No, so the gods are not in any danger from any mortals whatsoever. They are truly gods. The only thing that can kill a god is another god. And I haven't decided yet, but there is a price that a god will pay if a god kills another god. And I kind of have a god in mind that already paid that price. So there was 38 gods, and one of the gods killed his brother and paid a very dear price for that murder. But again, haven't decided yet. We'll see. We'll see if I even go with that story. I might change that because I haven't even written that part down. That's just sort of my thinking at the minute. They lose their penis? No. So the whole point of my universe is there are rules, and the rules are very clearly earmarked, right? So very similar to reality. The rules are the rules. You know, you like people saying things like, oh, you know, if there is a god, why do children die of cancer? And it's like, well, because them be the rules. Our reality have rules, right? And if cells mutate in such a way that they become cancerous, then that creates cancer. And it doesn't matter whether you're old or young or newly born. Those are the rules of our universe, right? They're not changeable. You can't fuck around with those rules. They are what they are. And the whole universe, even God, adheres to those rules because he wrote them, he made them, he decided upon them, right? And that's sort of what my universe is based on as well. The rules are the rules. Not even the big guy changes any of them, can't change any of them. All gods, all mortals have to exist and adhere to the exact same rules. Zakimi, how you doing? It's a little arrogant to humanize a cosmic being to see cancer the same way we do. True, but I don't even think that it's... I don't think it's about that, right? It's not about how one sees cancer. It's just about there are rules. When you point a gun at someone and you pull the trigger, the bullet and the gun adheres to very specific scientific universal rules, right? And the bullet isn't suddenly going to veer off in a weird direction. Like, that's not the rules, right? The rules don't exist that way. Dragonflight, yeah, pretty much. Saint Blood, the lives of the common folk is terrible. So, I'll give you guys a little bit of backstory on what the world looks like, because I have not finalized it yet. The entire world is a single continent. To travel from one side, from the point to the other point, let me do it in paint with my awesome paint skills for you. So if you travel, if you look at the universe or the realm, right? The realm looks something like this. It obviously not perfectly like this, but something like this is what the realm represents. Now you have a kingdom. Is literally a dividing line right here in the center, right? You have a kingdom on this side, and you have a kingdom on this side. These two kingdoms right now just very awkwardly represent light in the north and dark in the south. But this is work in progress names. I have not yet finished this, but effectively it is sort of a yin-yang situation, because it used to be a singular kingdom, but shit happened and the kingdom got divided. What physically happens in this universe, though, if you're a human that lives on this side of the kingdom, you will literally die within seconds if you set foot over this dividing line. Whatever is here, whatever type of magic is active on the northern side will disintegrate you within seconds if you set foot over that line. And the same is true for the other side. Now, these two kingdoms effectively fight over a piece of land. So it looks kind of like this, in more in tune with something like this. Right, so you have a line here, and you have a line here, where these two kingdoms is. This is kind of like a neutral zone, although not quite as neutral as you might think. But with the help of... I haven't decided yet exactly, but with the help of priests, effectively, they can survive in this part for short battles. Right, so they can survive for a short amount of time. There's a lot of mines and resources within this area, within this middle bit, and that's why they're continuously fighting each other. The main war, though, the main war that is taking place is for full dominion, because there's a prophecy that states that if the world becomes unified again, so if there is a unification of the world, peace will once more reign upon the lands, right? So the land will once again turn back to peace. And the peace here doesn't actually refer to not fighting. Life is incredibly desperate on this continent, because this continent and the history to this was lost to the people, the common folk of the world. No one remembers this history, but it was once part of a greater world. It wasn't just one continent. There were other continents, and they were trading and doing business, and the people of this continent, probably there's a bunch of them that came from other worlds, even though they do not remember it. And the reason they do not remember it is a barrier exists all around this continent. The barrier cannot be crossed by anyone. Anyone that has ever tried to sail from the land has never returned, and the wreckage of the ships wash up on shore. So if you try, no one knows where this barrier comes from. They don't know who made the barrier. They don't know why the barrier exists. They have no idea. The barrier is just there. It's a thing, right? And the whole story kind of starts off with an invasion of a race of being that they've never seen before, but that comes from outside the barrier. These beings arrive on shore, stronger and more powerful than anything that they've ever seen. And they don't know where they came from. They don't know what they came to do. They just know that they're under attack currently. So that's sort of bare bones. I'm trying to not give away too much, but that's sort of bare bones, I guess, the lore of the world as it stands right now, but I haven't decided yet. I may actually remove the barrier entirely. I may remove this. I've been thinking about removing this strip in the middle and just making it a solid line. I've not decided yet. Basak, there is no main character. And that is the risky part. I'm not sure if that's going to work, but right now there is no main character. So, Evans, the barrier is... the barrier isn't a barrier that you can see. It's not like you can see a thing and be like, oh shit, that's the barrier. So to give you an example of what would happen if you were on a boat sailing over the ocean. As you were sailing, it would become deathly quiet. And I mean... so quiet that you can hear nothing. And it's not as if there's no sound happening. It's like you can literally not even hear yourself breathe. As if the very sounds that you make gets absorbed by something. If you were to knock on the boat's, the wood part of the boat, no sound would come out of that. You would hear nothing. So something is literally just drowning out all of that sound. I mean, seconds later, you and your entire crew and your boat would be ripped apart by creatures no one can defeat. There is nothing that can defeat these creatures. You don't even see them. That's how quickly it happens. But you wouldn't even know. It would only be the sound that would give away that you are actually through the barrier. Yeah, kind of like a vacuum. And I'm not too proud to admit the idea for the creatures, because originally it was just going to be like a cease to exist kind of thing. So all mortal beings just cease to exist. But then I got the idea for the creatures from the outer rims of Warhammer 40k. You know, the ghoul stars and stuff? It said that you can't travel through the edges of the galaxy because there are massive beasts and beings that exist there. That's sort of where that idea came from. And I was like, I wonder if I could workshop it to work within this universe. We'll see. Shana Rodney, yeah, you can. Absolutely. Sam and Dean Hellhounds. But yeah, to answer the question, there are no main characters. There are plenty of characters. And each of the characters will have their own story. Right now, some of the characters, I fail to see how some of the characters will ever interact with some of the other characters. Like, just based on where their story is currently going, it feels like they will almost always go separate ways, though they will never interact with one another. And then some of the characters will have brief interactions, but won't really be impactful to each other. And then there will be characters that absolutely impact and influence one another. But I'm trying to put a specific, like a very heavy amount of onus on religion. I really want to explore different religions. That's why I have so many gods, because I want each religion to be well explored and well established. culture and politics. So I actually would prefer if the book is more a political book even. And I don't mean politics as in real life politics. I mean politics as in this world's politics. Because I like that. I like the idea of exploring the different cultures and the different political systems and how... Because these kingdoms, while these are capitals, right, of the kingdoms don't operate the exact same way. Right? The different kingdoms have very different ways of doing things. Even within these kingdoms, there are separatist movements. There's parts that refuse to bend. So while they are fighting each other, they're also fighting within themselves. So, yeah. I do recommend at least the full main character, just so people get attached to it. Then you can kill it, like Ned Stark, and make people hooked on rage. Oh, Zach, in that regard, there's a character that is at least in the first four chapters. Like, at least nothing happens to him at the end of the first 4 chapters. He's just not in the 5th chapter. I haven't had a reason to put in there. But the first 4 chapters is very much about like a journey that he is currently on. But no, I mean, I want to write this story in... I don't want to take shortcuts. From the beginning, I've wanted to write a story that doesn't have a hero. Right? Because I feel like if you do have a hero, yes, it becomes much easier, but it also limits a lot of what you can do within the story. And it also limits the amount of time that the story can actually exist, because the hero can only do so much before the hero's tale is over. So I'm not going to take that shortcut. I'm going to try and make it work. Hey, if it fails, if I ever send this to an editor and the editor's like, dude, this is terrible, then I know I wasted a lot of my time. What are you going to do? Monguku, how you doing, bro? I mean, my next speculation video... I recorded my speculation video today, and it'll be out on Saturday. Yeah, Holy is busy editing it, so on Saturday afternoon, I'll release my speculation video that I finished. And then... yeah, I think tomorrow is going to be a speculation day as well. And then we'll see what happens next week, you know? I didn't realize this, but with you streaming to both Twitch and YouTube, I can watch it on YouTube at work. Well, yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons I enjoy the co-streaming thing so much. Because it does allow... I know there's a few people, actually, that prefer to watch YouTube streams at work. Because at work, Twitch is apparently a bitch for some people. That being said, suddenly in the mood for some Warhammer Total War. Galcian, did you guys see the new Warhammer game? Annie was actually playing it the other day. Yesterday, I think. There's a new Warhammer fantasy game. It looks like some kind of tower defense point defense kind of game. Dindra, you're asking questions I have no answers to. It looks like some kind of hold the point kind of thing. Breach is playing it too. Yeah. It is sponsored though, so you won't get an honest answer as to whether or not it's a good game. I think most people are being sponsored by it. Which is the only part that I dislike about people playing sponsored games is, you know, for a fact, the guy that does the sponsored, game isn't gonna tell you that, oh yeah, this is a shit game. I hated this game. They're gonna pretend like they're having fun. Wow, question about Earth. Is it inherently of the void? Zentrato, you mean Earth as in the elemental plane of Earth? So the elemental plane of Earth, like Therazane and those. Is that what you mean? Purple, I guess. How you doing, brother? 16. I don't know how much that is. TRY, don't know what that is, but I still appreciate the shit out of you. Thank you, man. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I will never... No, I will not color my beard. No. So, the only reason the Earth was a serious problem for beings like Eridicron, but, you know, also for beings like Deathwing, is because the old gods are in the Earth, and so it's much easier for them to spread their corruption to beings that are tied to the Earth. But there's no evidence to show that the Earth realms are more or less void. Like, there's no evidence of that. The earthen elementals were just as susceptible to the corruption of the old gods as all of the other elementals were. And when they were finally free, they remained free. Pharazane, for example, doesn't worship the old gods. Not really. So, no, I do think that the elemental planes are fairly pure. Avoid Earth creatures? There's no real evidence of that. I mean, you could make it up and you could say it, but there's no real evidence of that. All right, what are we reacting to? What do I want to react to? I have a video here that I've wanted to watch. I wanted to watch this before before the stream even started. I wanted to watch this. I saw it pop up on my feed, and I was like, holy shit, what is this? So let's quickly see here. So it is woman wants 2K before putting out. Dude, it was in the news? What? I don't know if I'm going to continue watching this, but let's see.
Back here with Gray. We're on the New York Post, and this one is simply called, I won't sleep with the man unless he spends.
Have we not reacted to this before? Why do I feel like we've reacted to this before? No, this is new. I mean, this is new. All right, never mind.
2 G's, $2,000 on me. Here's why. Now, Gray, I don't know about you. From an economic perspective, that sounds like a ripoff. What do you think of that deal? $2,000 for one night with a chick, a couple hours. Ugh, I mean,
you can get that in LA for $40.
Yeah, dude, seriously. So, in my experience,
I would not pay. Like, there's no chance. 2,000 just for sex? Get fucked. Get fucked. I don't care how high end a hooker you are. No dice. There is not a single pussy on this planet that is worth $2,000. Not a single one. I don't care whose it is. It's not worth that. Just never gonna happen.
As a young college guy dating, I would invest in, I wouldn't really even, just like gym membership. I had a gym through my school, but I had some other outside gyms, and the time of putting it in, good protein, good food to pack on muscle. That was pretty much it. And then I guess, like, you know, some clothes to go out to the bar, go out to parties, talk to a chick for free. You know, that was pretty much it. Dates wouldn't really cost a whole heck of a lot. Now, if you would take a girl out, you could do a coffee date, hot chocolate, ice cream. That's like $5, you know, and then you go home. If you got some chemistry, enjoy some fun, it's a good time. $2,000, 2 G's. Yeah, you can go to some high-end ladies of the night.
This guy's just talking. Never mind. I thought he was actually gonna like make a proper video on this. He's just talking about the fucking headline. I could look at the headline and make shit up as well. I don't care about this. Sorry to have wasted your time, chat. But I don't want to react to this anymore. I've changed my mind on this video. I don't want to react to it anymore. If you If you believe that your pussy is worth $2,000, you need fucking help. You need help. There's no chance. Look, there's a difference, right? If you're married or you're in a relationship, yeah, you're going to be spending money on your girlfriend, and you're probably going to be spending way more than $2,000 on your girlfriend. And that's fine, because it's your girlfriend, it's going to be your wife, who gives a shit, right? But if it's just sex, you are not worth $2,000. No amount of sex is worth $2,000. That just does not exist. That is bullshit. All right, Thram and Thor, I am in the lobby. If you want to jump in, I'm on Discord in the lobby, Q&A lobby, so you can jump in whenever you're ready. How do you not know my Discord? It's literally in the comment section or in the description of every single one of my YouTube videos. But I believe you should be able to do it like this as well. No? There you go. Just hit the Discord link. So, ladies and gentlemen, just to give you guys the lowdown on the lore of what is about to happen. A few days ago, we made a video where I called out Thramanthor for his take on Twitter about the $90 pre-order bonus for World of Warcraft. And Thramanthor, if you guys remember, he said that if you can't afford $90, then you should probably not be playing WoW. Now, I'm going to give him an opportunity to explain himself, because he believes that he should be able to defend himself, and I'm nothing if not open to discussions at all times. And that's why he's jumping into Discord, so that he can make his case. Explain, like, maybe we misunderstood his take. That is possible. It's Twitter. Not everyone pays for Twitter, so not everyone can write as much as they want. So it might be that he tried to make a different argument, and this was the only thing that he could write. We'll see. I'm just, yeah, that's sort of back and forth. Now, I want you all to keep one thing in mind. This is a member of the community. It's not a war. It's a conversation, right? If you want to go to war about financial issues, fucking attack your president, because they're the ones controlling the money. People are allowed to have bad opinions, right? And they're allowed to be wrong. That's just life. So it's perfectly fine. Stay humane, at least. Thor, I think you need to have push to talk activated on Discord. I don't think you can talk unless you have push to talk activated.
No, I was just... Yeah.
All right.
No. I was just letting you finish the Twitch thing, like the introduction. That's why.
Yeah. Let me just check the levels. Chat, can you hear Thor perfectly? Do I need to turn him up a little?
Wait, I shouldn't be here, right?
No.
You can hang. You can hang out here. Just don't interrupt. Like, but you're allowed to hang out if you want. Can you say a couple of things, Thor? I just want to make sure the levels are fine.
Yeah. Checking. 1, 2. Test. Yo.
I'll tone you up a little bit.
Yeah. Seems like my mic is always low on people's Discords.
Hey, you don't have to worry. I should have enough control to make sure that it works. All right. Can you do another test, please?
Yeah. Test. Can you hear me? How is the volume?
Yeah, I think that's perfect. All right. I think that's good.
Okay, feels good.
All right.
All right, sweet. Okay.
Thor, can you quickly just give me a link to your tweet, just so that I can get it in front of people so they can see it? Because I don't want to misrepresent what you said, but I'm not going to find your tweet amongst all of my tweets. I tweet a lot. So
can I just load your video, because I don't even know how I can find it, to be honest. I am not I only use Twitter for like replying. I don't really like I'm not Twitter savvy. Let's just say it like that.
If
So
you
let
if you
just
give me
go and use your.
wait, I'll find it. Hold up. I can find it. Because you replied to me on Twitter, so I'm just going through your replies here. Well, you replied to a lot of people as well. Fuck me.
Oh yeah. When I have 5 minutes,
yeah,
it goes off.
don't worry. I get it.
Okay, I think I liked your thing. So I mean, does she ever shut up? That's a good one.
Yeah, that bitch needs to shut the fuck up a lot.
she's
Dan,
just
how
a
you doing, bro?
grifter.
Thanks for the
She's just a
$5, man. Really appreciate you. There seems to be some kind of problem right now, though, with
I just find the YouTube video that you made. It's a lot easier. You made it yesterday, right? So it's gonna be
Oh
a
yeah.
whole lot easier.
No,
to find
that's
it.
perfectly fine. Dan, there's currently a problem, and I don't know why. I should look into it and fix it. But if you did write something with your $5 tip, please write it again so I can see it, because for some reason Twitch is not showing me the fucking messages from people tipping. So yeah, just you know. The great 29 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you. Cedric's Gaming, B Magic, Tegan. Thank you for the follows. Really appreciate you. Thank you. All right, I'm just quickly going through. Let's see. You replied to me, so I'm just scrolling.
You didn't take down the video, right?
No,
No,
I don't
right?
take anything down.
No, that's good. Yeah, I can't even find the video.
If the video is in there, YouTube fucking took it down. I don't take shit down. See, this
It was on clips, right?
Yeah, it's on Akko TV.
Okay, so it was Akko TV. Videos. The peasants are defending the bill. There it is. Okay. Oh my god. Commercial ads, bro. Ads on YouTube these days.
Why are you not why don't you run with like fucking premium or an ad blocker at least? Darth Urilla with the Prime sub, really appreciate you. Welcome to the most generous chat on Twitch. Thank you.
Alright, there we go. Well, I mean, most of the video, I don't know where I can share this. I'll share it on Twitch, I guess.
Yeah, you can share it on Twitch, you can share it on Discord. Either one is fine.
Yeah, so that's the video we're talking about. Okay.
All right, I've got you. All right, that's the.
So the tweet is right there. Okay.
Okay, so wait, let me just explain here.
Go for it.
All right, guys. So I made a tweet about the $90 pre-order bonus, the early access thing, and this is what Mike came back with. This was his reply to that. To be honest, if someone can't afford $90 for WoW, they should probably not play WoW and go do something about their financial situation. The difference between 70 and 90 is about 1 monthly sub. Either start farming gold to use for Battle.net balance, or go figure out your finances. Now, in my video, I obviously had a pretty big problem with this take.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, you said that I either misunderstood what you were saying.
You think I'm defending Blizzard.
All right.
Okay. Which, to an extent, you're right, but I'll explain. But first, let me clarify a couple of things, because you did make a couple assumptions in your video that I want to clarify. First one, you said that I've been shitting on Blizzard for 7 months now. That is not true. I've been shitting with them for like a year and 7 months, since basically middle of Shadowlands. Okay.
I'm just saying for the last 7 months on my tweets and on my videos, you've been shitting on them. I'm not doubting the fact that everyone was shitting for years on them. Don't worry about that. I'm not arguing about that at all. I'm sure you've shat on them for a lot longer.
Okay. Yeah. Oh my god, bro. Like every expansion since what? And the other one's that I came off as an elitist, so I just want to clarify. I am not an elitist in the sense that, like, I mean, I might seem like I'm an elitist because, like, you know, it's a very wide term that people use, like, oh, you're a Mythic Raider plus 20, you're an elitist because you expect something from the group, okay? But in terms of like financial, I'm not an elitist, I'm broke, I'm 37, I live with my parents, I haven't paid for Blizzard games since the token came out, I just farm gold. I bought every expansion, I paid for my sub, I paid for Diablo 3 expansion, I paid for Necromancer, I bought Overwatch, which I never even played. And the only time I actually spent money on Blizzard was actually Diablo 4 because I ran out of peanut balance, so Diablo 4 cost me $13.
All right.
So, I am not spending money on Blizzard, okay?
You're making them a lot of money, but all right.
Well, people who bought the token put on the auction house are. If there was no token, I would not be playing Blizzard games.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay, so at 505, you said he doesn't have the ability to think about the monster that is being... Okay, we'll talk about that. So the whole point of this tweet, okay, was basically... Let me pull it up so it'll be easier for me to go point by point. Hello? Okay, it's not pulling up. Anyway, so the first part of the... Oh, there it is. To be honest, if someone can't afford $90 for WoW, they should probably not play WoW and go do something about their financial situation.
Yeah.
Now, I understand how this might come off. However, my point is the market dictates the price of the game. If people can't afford the game, people will not buy the game. Blizzard will have to lower the prices.
Yeah.
That's the main point.
No, but that is not the point you made. Like, that is not what you wrote. If that is the point that you made, you wrote really poorly. Because I have no problem with that.
If someone can't afford...
Hold up, let me just say, I have no problem with your argument there, right? I am myself a free market capitalist. I believe that there is nothing greater than the market to ensure that both parties get the value that they want. That being said, that is not what your tweet suggests. And anyways, I just wanted to make that clear, all right?
Yeah, so in my tweet, I am going after the consumer. It might seem like I'm defending Blizzard, but I'm actually like more like a third party looking at the battle between the businessman and the consumer. And I'm just shitting on the consumer for this one.
Okay, but
the consumer is the one that caused the prices to be $90 for this. The consumer is the one who's going to be buying the $90 and allowing for the 3-day access, right? It's the consumer's fault. The business is out there to make money. If the business finds an opportunity to make more money, the business will make that opportunity. It's up to the consumer to not fall for that and not buy the product.
Again, I have no problem with what you're saying, but that's not what you wrote. Because
how is that not what I wrote?
What you wrote is that if you cannot afford $90 for WoW, then you should probably not be playing WoW. That is what you wrote. That is not what you're saying right now. Because what you're saying is that the consumer shouldn't be spending $90 on the game in order to get 3 days early access. And I fundamentally agree with you. It has nothing to do with affordability. It has nothing to do with affordability. It has to do with principle.
I think
a game you should not be... Okay, so here's why I have a fundamental problem with what you're saying, right? And how you're trying to blame the consumer for the decision that was made by Blizzard. If the situation here, right, was that Blizzard was putting 3-day early access behind the $50 mark, right, and demanding that people pre-order for 3-day early access, and we were all up in arms about that, you could then... No. Then you could have the problem of saying, look, if you can't afford $50 for a fucking expansion, you should not be playing WoW. I agree with you.
Either way.
If you can't afford to buy the expansion for $50, you should not be playing WoW. You should probably be going out doing something else. Or you should be okay with waiting a couple of months before you can actually buy the game when you've saved up enough money. Or if this argument had to do with the $15 a month subscription fee, and people are like, oh my god, it's too expensive, we can't play WoW like this. Yes, if you can't afford $15 a month, you should probably not be playing WoW.
Don't play the game.
But your argument effectively boils down to, if you can't afford a Ferrari, you should probably not own a car.
No.
Yes.
Because no.
Yes, wait. You said if you can't afford the luxury version of the game, so literally the most expensive version of the game, you should not be playing WoW.
There are other games out there. It's not like there are other cars out there. You don't have to drive a Ferrari.
No. But there are other games out there there's other versions of the game as well. The problem is that those other versions do not carry with it a 3-day early access. And remember, our entire problem here isn't that there is a $90 version of the game that exists. No one had a problem with that. The problem from the beginning has been the 3-day early access of the...
Yes. Which I am not even talking about in my tweet, so technically I'm not even referring to that. However,
okay, but
I will agree with you. The 3-day early access is 100% shady practice. However, that is still the fault of the consumer. The consumer will not fight back.
Wait, we have a much bigger problem now. We have to backtrack a little. If you in your tweet isn't talking about the 3-day early access, then
I'm not mentioning it. I'm talking about affordability.
But then what the hell is the point of your tweet? Because you are replying to me literally lambasting Blizzard about putting 3-day early access behind the $90 price tag. Your tweet...
So I'm not... Okay.
Okay, so can you understand in the context of my tweet?
I understand what you're saying. Yes, I understand what you're saying in your context of the tweet. However, would you like me to say before, to be honest, if someone can't afford $9, would you like me to have said, because again, I have limited space to write, would you have liked me to have said, I agree with you about the 3-day access. However, to be honest, the customer is at fault. Etc.
I would actually like you to not write anything, because what you're writing about is not in regards to anything that's being discussed, right? Because you are effectively walking into a room filled with people, having a beer, and talking about, last night's NFL game, and then getting up on the podium and you're starting to scream about housing prices. No one was talking about housing prices, but you decided, I want to make a political statement or an economic statement here.
You're still talking about the price, though.
No. We're talking about what is locked behind the price.
One sec. Let me find the tweet that you made.
If you can find the tweet that I made. The whole point
earlier in the video.
It's about the 3-day early access thing, right? And that I think I say in the tweet, if I'm not mistaken, right? I start the tweet off by saying there should not be all these various different fucking versions of the game to begin with. But to put 3-day early access behind the $90 version is just absolute scumbag.
All right, I found the tweet.
All right, can you link it to me?
It's in the video. It's at minute 4:45. No, Blizzard isn't giving anyone early access. Blizzard is delaying access to all poor plebs who can't afford $90. That's the part of your tweet that I'm talking about.
Yeah, okay, so, but you understand what this is in relation to, right?
Yes, but my whole point is, because again, let's say it was early access and the game cost $10.
Yeah.
Then there's no problem with the price. No, okay, let's even go further. The game is free, but there's early access. I don't even know how that would work, but whatever, right? If you sign up, you get early access. Would you have a problem with early access at that point?
No.
Why?
Because, as I've already explained multiple times, and as my tweet absolutely makes clear, the issue...
the affordability.
No.
It's the $90.
The issue is that if you're going to take the 3-day early access, which is already unfair as fuck because it's not early access. Early access isn't a thing that exists, right? There's no such thing as early access. Yeah. What it is
late access for everyone. I get it.
Exactly. Yes. And that's what my tweet says, right? Mm-hmm. It says, stop saying early access. Really, No, Blizzard isn't giving anyone early access. Blizzard is delaying access to all the poor plebs who can't afford $90. The point here isn't that, oh my god, the $90 is so expensive. It's that Blizzard is scumbag in taking what they know most players will now feel forced to buy because they don't want the game spoiled for themselves in the 3 days that they won't be able to play. They want to be part of the initial push, right? So now Blizzard is forcing people to upgrade to the $90 version of the game rather than buying the $50 version of the game, which is where it should have been in the first place. If you're going to give people early access, most companies, at least none of the scumbag fucking companies, they will put their early access on pre-order. So if you pre-order the game on any of the versions, you will gain 3 days early access. Now, at that point, if that was what Blizzard was doing, I would still kind of have a problem with early access because I don't like early access. But then my problem would be
pre-order to begin with.
Yeah, but that's my point, right? My problem then with early access would be on the pre-order part of things. And the reason I don't like pre-orders is because it usually leads to very scumbag practices from gaming companies. But that's not the problem here, right? The overarching problem, the fundamental problem, is that Blizzard decided to take something that they know most players, regardless of what Ian is saying, like, oh, we're going to make sure that people aren't that far behind and we're not going to have raids. They know that that 3 days early access is going to act as a lightning rod, pulling players towards 100%. The $90 version. Now, you then
100%. However, wait, before you continue.
Yeah.
However, what is the purpose between the regular overall? Like, this has been happening for years. We all know this. The regular version, the superior elite, and then the epic. Let's say there's no 3 day early access. What is the difference between the three?
What do you mean?
What's the difference? Like, you buy the $50 version, you buy the $70 version.
So historically,
the 70 and the 90 are already scummy. Regardless of
historically, the deluxe edition would have a mount and maybe a pet, and then the digital epic edition would have maybe 2 pets and a boost, a character boost, right? Well, that's usually how it works.
What would you call that? What would you call a mount and 2 pets?
I would call that incentive. And
incentive.
Purely cosmetic incentives. Is it scumbag? Yeah, it is kind of scumbag. But it is purely cosmetic incentives. You do not need that mount in order. Not 100%. Having or not having the mount will make no difference to your playstyle, right?
Neither would the 3 day early access.
That is absolute bullshit.
I finished Dragonflight
absolute
in
bullshit.
Literally a day.
Yeah, absolute bullshit.
And you had 2 weeks of nothing to do.
Absolute.
The 3 day early access
wait. What is the difference between a story where you already know exactly what's going on, you've seen all of the cinematics, and a story where you haven't seen anything?
Don't spoil yourself. That's on the consumer.
Okay, in the age of the internet, don't spoil yourself. So basically what you're asking for is stay off the internet for 3 days while all of the rich fucks play the game. Bro, you're nuts. You are unfucking hinged, is what you are. It is extremely you can't.
That is extremely acceptable.
It is. How the fuck is that acceptable? What the fuck are you talking about?
Let me give you a different example, okay?
Please, give one that makes you seem sane, bro, because right now you're seeming
Final Fantasy 16. Nuts. Okay, 1 second. Final Fantasy 16 came out on PlayStation.
Yeah.
I don't have a PlayStation. I want to play it on PC. I have to wait for a year. Now I'm gonna get spoiled on PlayStation on Final Fantasy 16 because I don't have a PlayStation. Because let's say I can't afford it, right?
Yeah.
Am I gonna call whatever their company is, Square Enix scumbags for releasing it only on PlayStation?
Yeah, that's literally what everyone is calling them because of exclusivity.
That is completely.
Yeah, literally. Dude, literally. Like, well, I'm so glad when you said Final Fantasy 16. I was like, oh shit, he doesn't even know.
What if they never released on PC?
There is a fucking massive movement within the console industry and from gamers, right, that despise exclusivity, that wants exclusivity destroyed, because that's exactly the problem.
Despise it.
It
doesn't matter if you despise it.
How the
if
fuck
people
does
despised
it not
it, people would not buy PlayStation. Like the customers is incentivizing the businesses to make the exclusive deals.
That doesn't change the companies from being scumbag. It doesn't change anything.
Doesn't make them scumbag. that makes them smart businessmen. They take advantage of people wasting their money on bullshit.
No. It makes them incredibly scumbag businessmen that is only thinking about the short term.
They're not,
and will be
they're
destroyed.
not scamming anyone.
No. They are.
They're
are.
not scamming anyone.
Okay, bro, if I may ask you, do you know what the term rational self-interest means?
Not probably by definition.
Okay, so self-interest, is when you do something only for yourself. So you don't think about anyone else, you do what is good for you. That's the only thing you do.
Okay, sure.
Yeah?
Okay, I understand that. Yeah.
Rational self-interest is when you think, okay, I could absolutely kill this guy and take his wife because his wife is really pretty. The problem is if I kill this guy, and that's going to be good for me, right? I'm self-interested here. I'm going to shoot this guy. I'm going to take his wife. It's good for me. Rational self-interest is if I kill this guy, the police is going to fuck me up. I'm going to constantly have to look over my shoulder. It's going to be rough. So even though getting this guy's wife would be good for me because she's very pretty, killing him in order to get this guy's wife is not going to be good for me because in the long run, it is going to fuck me. If you're saying they're good businessmen, right? What you're talking about is they're self-interested. They're incredibly self-interested. Oh, the consumer is too stupid to fucking notice, so we'll charge them, right? And they'll pay for it. But it is not rationally self-interested. It is purely self-interested. It is what we call short-term greed. You are exchanging long-term success for short-term greed, which will ultimately end in the destruction of your company or video games as a whole. It will. Dude,
I highly disagree.
EA is on a massive tear. Wait, bro. EA is on a massive tear.
Why?
They're going downhill because of exactly the thing that you're saying they should be doing.
Because
they're greedy as fuck.
The quality of their game is shit.
Bro, the quality of their games have been shit for a long time. The problem is that they keep doing scumbag business moves. Okay, why the fuck are you arguing?
While also having shitty... I'm not defending EA. I'm saying the main reason
You're defending EA and Blizzard and all of these companies that do these scumbag things because you're
really
saying,
not defending them.
Bro, you are
I am blaming the consumer, but I'm not defending them.
Chat is...
I will call it scammy.
No.
I will call it scummy. It's mean, but it's the same as going to an alcoholic, an alcohol producing company and telling them not to sell alcohol because some people are alcoholics.
Chat, is he, in your minds, blaming the consumer or is he blaming the company?
Who? Sorry.
I'm asking chat.
Oh, the chat? Yeah.
Chat, in everything that you've heard so far, is he blaming the consumer? Yeah, chat also thinks you're blaming the consumer, bro.
I am blaming the consumer. I'm saying that I'm blaming the consumer.
No, but you literally just said you're not defending the company. But you are defending the company.
I'm not defending. I'm not. I'm defending a practice of a company. I still think Blizzard is a shitty company. The one practice. Okay, a company can be shitty, a company can be good and have shitty practices. A company can be shitty and have one good practice.
Let's take your example and let's take it to its logical conclusion.
I don't think that
it would then be wait, bro. I let you speak. Wait now.
Not really, but okay, go ahead.
In your logic, if we use your logic here, Blizzard should start including a sachet of heroin with every single one of their game purchases, because it will shoot up the game purchases and it will create more.
Bit extreme.
No. Remember,
that's not legal.
Hold up.
It's within legal,
dude. If we want to taste,
if they ship a bottle,
fucking hell, let me speak.
Change it to a bottle.
If we want to test your theory, we have to take it to the extreme. Because only by taking it to the extreme can I show you how fucking bonkers your theory is.
There are limits to extremes.
No. There is no limits here. I am taking your example to its extreme logical end to show you how bonkers your example is.
Go ahead. Yeah.
If Blizzard included heroin with every single one of the purchases, right, in a world where it is absolutely legal.
Yeah.
Well, of course, bro. Oh my god, it's so hard to speak to people that don't understand nuance. It would be good practice in your mind. Like, it would be a very good business deal in your mind.
It would be a good business deal. It would be a shitty practice.
How's that different to what they're doing then here?
Because heroin will probably kill a lot of their consumers.
Doesn't matter. We're not talking about health problems here. We're
Matters.
talking only
You
about
lose-
business.
You lose customers.
No. We're
Yeah, you lose
talking.
customers.
No. We're talking only about business. We want to make money because if you're
said
starting
it's
to
good
include
business.
you're losing customers, then we have to come back to the original example. Blizzard will absolutely be losing customers here. You just said no, that's not happening. This is just a good business decision from Blizzard. Do you understand why I used heroin? Because that's the only way I thought I could get through to you. Okay, so here's the problem with your entire logic that you've built up for yourself, right? Your tweet, the reason it comes across as elitist is because it is. It's because in your mind, you have decided, right, in this fictional world of yours, you have decided that it is cool to blame the consumer for something that companies are taking advantage of. The vast majority of players will not be buying the $90 version of the game because they cannot afford it. In your mind, they should then also not be playing World of Warcraft, right? Because they can't afford the most expensive version of the game.
Can I speak?
Yeah, well, if you would let me finish my fucking sentence, you would be more than welcome.
You finished more than one sentence, like in every point. So like I have to like track back on every point that you make because you keep going forward. If people have a problem with this practice by Blizzard, don't buy their fucking game.
That's a different point.
That's the whole point.
That's a different point. No. That's not what you said in your tweet.
You can't afford it if you can't afford it. If you think it's too expensive, don't buy the game.
Dude, you realize you're shifting the argument so fucking much.
Not really,
we are so far from what you originally wrote.
Really.
Bro.
Not really. If you can't afford $90, if you think $90 is too much, don't buy the fucking game. Or so what you're thinking is that I see your point. Okay, fine. I'll backtrack that. I will backtrack that.
Yeah.
Okay. The $50 is fine. The $90 is too much. Sorry, not. It's about the 3-day early access, which, by the way, doesn't really give you anything because there's going to be 2 weeks of like no content, anyways. But sure. What I'm saying is having the $70 and the $9 is the same as having the $9 and early access, because the $70 will still give you the mount, will still give you pets. That is technically cosmetic content, some advantage. Okay, same thing in my opinion. That is content. If you want to go to the all extremes, yes, if they would sell heroin, in my opinion, and it was legal for them to do that, they would take advantage of the market. Yes. There's a reason it's not legal, though.
No, there is actually not a reason.
Advantage.
There is actually not a reason that it's not legal, but never mind.
That heroin is not legal.
No.
Okay, so there's no reason that heroin is not legal.
No. But that's a whole different discussion here. I'm not going to get into that with you right now. I want to get back to the original point that you made, because you keep you keep taking the goalposts all over the place. Like, bro,
you keep shifting it, trying to adjust.
You're not adjusting. You're moving the goalposts. That's not called adjustments, right? If you wanted to adjust your argument, that would be fine. But you are moving the goalposts. Like, okay, so firstly, we start off with the $50 version, right? Then you go, now screw the $50 version, the $70 version. Why? Because it suits your argument better. But the 3-day early access isn't behind the $70 version. It's behind the $90 version. So now you're saying,
$70 plus,
bro,
plus,
I allowed you to speak. Let me speak. Okay?
I'm throwing in
the
inputs.
people that want the early access, right? We can't now just assume that they're going to pay the $70 version of the game. You're making an assumption that is not fair because you can't back that up with any fact. We have to start from the $50 version. The people that want to buy the game will buy the game for $50. Now, because there is a 3-day early access tied to the $90 version, which is $40 more, they will be forced to pay $90. Don't take it to the $70 version. The $70 version doesn't have 3 days early access. You can't just assume that most people will buy the $70 version.
I mean, in my opinion, the $7 version shouldn't even exist because it's literally
okay, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I don't know why we're talking about the $70 version. It's fine. It's fine, but that's not part of the argument. The argument we're making.
90. Yeah,
so
50 to 90. Yeah.
Right now, your tweets is already like a part of it's already fallen apart because it's not just one monthly sub. We're already on almost 2.5, almost 3 months worth of subs more in order to get the 3-day early access. Now, there's one thing that I am going to ask that we absolutely nail this down right fucking now. Maybe for you, 3-day early access is nothing lost because of how you play the game. But it's not true for most people. And you can't go, well, because I don't give a shit, because I'm going to be raiding and doing dungeons, and that's only going live 1 week after. That means nothing to people like myself who don't want to do raids, who don't give a shit. Like, bro, I'll tell you what. If Blizzard announced that on the $90 version of the game, you can start doing dungeons and raids 3 days early, but you can only start leveling 3 days later with everyone else, I would literally not have minded. Like, it would have not bothered me at all. Oh, all these raider Andys get to raid and do dungeons 3 days early? Who gives a fuck, right? I couldn't care less because I'm not going to raid or do dungeons at all. You see, the problem is I play the game differently to you. So you don't get to choose what is and isn't a big deal. If it's not a big deal for you, it might be a big deal for other people. So we need to establish that because that's a big part of the problem with your tweet, is that you seem to view the entire situation only from your perspective. And in your perspective, the 3-day early access doesn't matter, and therefore everyone that is making a big deal out of this are just poor fucks that shouldn't be playing the game in the first place.
Okay.
Which isn't fair. Yeah, go.
Okay. People who are mount collectors, who play only for mount collecting, are they also forced to buy the 70 and 90 versions then?
Yeah. Yeah.
So just fight having different versions of the game, not just the 3-day early access. Why are you fighting the 3-day early access?
Okay, you're shifting the argument again. That's not what we're talking about here.
You're fighting the 3-day early access because that is 3 days of content.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's go
the
to
$90 version of the game.
Yeah, because you like the extreme. Let's go to the extreme. The $70 and the $90 also have cosmetics. They have pets and they have mounts, right?
Yeah.
That is content for somebody. Why aren't you fighting for the rights of those people? Why are you only fighting about the 3-day early access? Just go ahead and fight the whole $90 and $70 practices because they have content that other people really want.
Okay, we could do that. Absolutely. It still has nothing to do with your original tweet or mine. So I don't know why we're talking about this.
My original tweet is straight up telling that the consumer is the one in charge.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. So Blizzard isn't scumbag at all. They're perfectly, absolutely no problem.
I'm saying on this one, they are not. They're taking advantage of the market.
Okay, but then we have a problem because you literally just told me that we should be fighting the different versions of the game. But now you're saying no, wait. We can't back and forth on this. Please, for the love of fuck. We have to nail this down now because you just told me that we should be fighting the different versions of the game because that is scumbag.
Well, you should be.
But
you should be.
No.
Because you care about this.
No, but you said that that's the problem, is the different versions of the game, or is that not the problem?
For you and other people
No, bro. Don't decide for me what my problem is. I told you what my problem is. You're the one that's saying my problem isn't my problem.
No, you're saying the 3-day early access is your problem, right?
The 3-day early access tied behind $90 is my problem, yes.
Yeah. So, but you're like, it's not actually your problem, it's a problem for the people, right? Because like you can afford it, it's not a problem for you.
No, it's a problem for me. It's a problem for me. Yeah. I don't care about affordability. I don't give a fuck about affordability, bro. I care about the principle of the thing. There's a principle at play. I could buy, I could buy 10 of the 90 versions right now and just give it away to the fucking community. That wouldn't be a problem.
Who's interrupting who now? Who's interrupting who?
Dude, I'm answering your question. You asked me what is my problem. I'm fucking telling you what my problem is.
Okay, so your problem is the principle, right?
Yeah, it's been the problem from the beginning. But yeah,
so it's the same principle as having specific mounts locked behind the $70 and $90. It's the same principle that has pets locked behind the 70 and 90. I don't see you complaining about those. I only see you complaining about the 3-day early access. If you're going on principle.
If I have complained many times about those. However, this is the first time ever that Blizzard have also included a 3-day early access behind the most expensive part of the game. I have complained about mounts and pets being tied to the different versions of the game every single expansion. I have complained about mounts being tied behind the 6-month sub every single fucking time they do it. What are you talking about? This is a new problem that is now on top of the other problems, and the reason these problems keep popping up is because people like you keep coming in and saying, oh, if you guys don't like it, just don't buy it. Blizzard, keep doing it. Cool stuff, bro. Like, we're not attacking Blizzard, apparently, because as far as
Blizzard should keep doing
no,
it.
you said Blizzard is making a brilliant business decision by doing it.
Of course, for business, it's a brilliant decision. They're going to make massive profits. The video that you saw about the StarCraft 2 versus the horse is an indication of that. It is a brilliant business move.
It's not.
It actually is.
Okay, so you and I... you know what? I don't even really want to get into this argument because it has nothing to do with the original problem. I'll just say this. You and I have very, very different ideas of what a brilliant business decision is. A brilliant business decision is one that carries you into the future and ensures that, as Blizzard said, they want the next 20 years of World of Warcraft to be World of Warcraft. That decision, this decision that they just made, ensures that that will not happen. Because every gaming company that has gone down this very greedy route is currently losing players. All of them. And they're losing those players fast. Because they're not good business decisions. They're very good greedy decisions. Because they make you a lot of money in the short term while costing you a lot of goodwill in the long term. That is what this boils down to. But that's not even what this is about. We're ultimately going to... Let me explain to you how your tweet would have made sense. Okay? If Blizzard had added a 3-day early access to the $50 version of the game, and you tweeted out, to be honest, if someone can't afford $50 for WoW, they should probably not play WoW and go do something about their financial situation, your tweet suddenly makes sense and is actually quite based. The problem with your tweet is that you are saying, if you can't buy a Ferrari, you should not be driving.
A Ferrari.
Well, in this instance, the $90... In this instance, the $90 is the most expensive version of the game. In cars, a Ferrari is the most expensive car in the game. So if you can't afford a Ferrari, you should not be driving.
Don't buy a Ferrari. No, you should not buy a car. You should not buy a Ferrari. You can still buy a car.
Bro.
You just don't get the privilege of driving the Ferrari. The WoW is the car.
Yeah.
$90 is the Ferrari.
Yeah.
You can still buy the game. You don't have to buy the Ferrari. No one is forcing
again,
you.
You're moving the goalposts.
Exactly the point.
Because
I'm changing your argument because your argument doesn't make any sense.
But no, because you're again ignoring what the entire argument is about. That is what we mean when we say you move the goalposts. Because you're inventing an argument
about the Ferrari.
Bro.
You just made the argument about
in the
Ferrari.
context of what we're talking about. I thought it would be self-evident. But I should probably lay it out in logical terms so you can fucking follow along. Because you keep doing this, and it's getting fucking frustrating. We are talking about the early access, 3-day early access, in regards to everything else, right? So if you tie the 3-day early access behind the Ferrari, right? And it is something that a lot of people will feel compelled to actually get, because they want the 3-day early access. You are saying if you're too poor to afford the 3-day early access Ferrari, then you should just not buy a car. That's literally what your tweet says. Your tweet doesn't say, then you should just be okay with it and buy the $50 version of the game. You're saying you should not play WoW.
Oh, I see what you're referring to. Yeah. Okay. I see what you're.
I'm referring to your fucking tweet. What are you? What's confusing to you?
That part of the tweet where I say probably should not play WoW. Okay, yes, that is a mistake I made. Yes, I should say you should not buy the $90. Yes, you're correct. I'm sorry. That was my fault. I did not notice that part. Because again, I appreciate
you admitting that. And
it
actually,
is my fault. It is my fault. It should not say probably not play WoW. It should say probably shouldn't buy the $90. Yes, you are completely right about that. However, my point still stands about the consumer.
Yeah, your point about the consumer is wrong, but that's not the argument here. And it's not an argument that I want to get into.
So we are just talking about the probably should not play WoW. I mean, I still think you shouldn't play WoW to begin with because it's a shitty company, but, you know.
Okay, yeah, but that's a different argument. People can play whatever the fuck they want. But yeah, okay, that's fine. You know, we can have different arguments about different things, but that's not really why I jumped in here. I'm going to go. Yeah. I'm going to go back to chat now.
Okay. I understand Okay, so the misunderstanding was kind of like mostly on my part about what you were referring to. Okay.
All right. Peace out, bro.
Right. Good talk. Yo, by the way, before I go.
Yeah.
Did you hit the gym today, motherfucker?
No. I've been working way too hard. I'll get back to the gym probably next week.
Get to the gym, bro. All right. Anyways, have a good day, man.
All right. Peace out, bro.
All right. Take it easy, bro. Easy.
All right. We're back. Honestly, no. It was all your from my guy. I mean, look, it is what it is. I don't do a lot of online debates, obviously. So I think I could definitely have handled this much better. It's been a while since I've even been in a debate with anyone. I sort of understood where some of the confusion lay. The problem was that we kept shifting all over the place. And that made it very fucking hard to keep track of things because everything keeps shifting and you're constantly trying to figure out, okay, wait, what the fuck are we now talking about? So I could have finished this much sooner if we just got back to the original argument and took the original argument for what it was. At least you kept things on track, sort of. Sort of. We went off track quite a bit. But no, I appreciate what he's trying to say. I just don't agree with it, right? Because I don't believe that the consumer is to blame for this. I do think that consumers who do buy it is to blame for it. You see, but that's the difference. It's not that it's the consumer's fault for not being able to pay for it. It's that the people who do end up paying the $90 for the 3-day early access, yes, they are to blame, but that doesn't mean that Blizzard isn't to blame as well. You know, that it doesn't mean that Blizzard doesn't carry some of the blame for this as well. It just means that they are blamed as well, right? They should carry some of the blame. We should be angry at them as well. It's just, it's a weird thing, you know, whatever. The stroke and I died, pretty sure. Jay Wild, how you doing, bro? Toxic masculinity, there's no such thing as pointless arguments. I don't believe that. At the end of the day, it's about figuring stuff out, and it's about, you know, look, I went after him in this video. Like, I attacked him in this video, and he wanted the opportunity to defend himself. And I'm always going to give someone the ability to defend themselves. And if I turned out to be wrong about this whole thing, I would have apologized. I would have been like, yeah, you know, you're right. I'm sorry. I fucked up. Because at the end of the day, for me, I want to know that I am coming out of everything that I do with a better understanding of what the true picture is than what I went into this situation with. So I'm always open to having conversations and discussions with literally everyone. It's both. Blizzard is shady for the early access and customers are dumb for buying it. Checo, true. I agree with that. That is a take that I can agree with. But anyways, while I was doing this, what the fuck were you guys doing? Digimark, thanks for the bet, man. Really appreciate you. Better hot take. How would you react to the collector's edition that has everything with the 90 euro have, but no copy of the game itself that you would need to buy extra then? Wait, the collector's edition has no copy of the game? Saban, how you doing? Martin, the thing is that companies... There was this beautiful tweet earlier today. Let me see if I can quickly find it for you guys. Man, I follow these fucks. What's their name now? Hold up. Let me just quickly see. Wait, that's wrong. Following... Here we go. Anarchyware. They had this tweet earlier today that I just thought was one of the most beautiful tweets ever. Oh, here we go. Right now, this is like one of my favorite people. Molten Friedman. The most important single central fact about a free market is that no exchange takes place unless both parties benefit. Now, he is referring to the free market here, and this obviously... you can... If you want to know whether or not a market is free, test it against this saying. If you walk out of a deal not feeling satisfied, it means that that deal took place in a place that wasn't free. The market simply was not free as a result of this. You see, but this is sort of where we get to the problem with companies today. You see, it used to be that if you were a corporation, the only way that you would make money is through this exchange. A customer wants something, you have something to sell the customer, and both parties benefit from that exchange. Yeah? That's the deal. I make my money by selling stuff to you. And then we dreamt up a thing called the stock market. And we warped that thing into one of the most evil mechanisms of corporatism the world has ever seen. You see, because for companies like Blizzard and Microsoft and all of these companies, the exchange of goods, the fact that I have a thing that you want and you are willing to pay me for the thing that you want, and we both get to an agreement as to what is a good price to where I will be happy with the money that you give me, and you will be happy getting the thing for the amount of money that you gave me, that became warped. You see, because Blizzard and these gaming companies no longer care about you and I walking away from the deal feeling happy. What they care about is their stock price. As long as the stock price is happy, they are happy. So it means that they can really push the scumbaggery, right? And while players will sort of short-term spend a lot of money to try and keep, playing the game that they love, that's all that's important, because stock market goes up, stock market good. And that really destroyed what Molten Friedman was talking about here. If you're talking about it. But what about you, Sarah, going back to the Shadowlands? And I guess made Muradin getting fringed meant nothing. Oh, Lane, yeah, I already lost my mind about that. I'll have the video up probably tomorrow, right? But yeah. A free market with only one-on-one exchanges where everyone is happy is utopian. Martin, not really. Not really, because the stock market as it was originally invented wasn't the problem. It's what ended up happening to it once again, right? And it's not really where everyone is happy. Okay, so let's use Twitch as an example. I'm assuming, since all of you are here, right, on Twitch and on YouTube, and you're watching the stream, you are enjoying the stream. Otherwise, why the fuck are you watching, right? Would that be a correct assumption? You are enjoying the stream, that's why you are here. Some of you might be hate watching like Saven, but some of you might actually like it here, right? Now, when you subscribe and you pay the $5, do you feel like that $5 is worth the entertainment that you're getting? Do you give the $5 happily because you believe that, yes, it's absolutely worth my $5? I would assume again, yes, because no one's forcing you to give the $5. The $5 is yours, right? And you're giving it because in your mind, whatever entertainment you're getting is worth far more than $5. So let's put a number on this. Let's say in your mind, coming here every day and watching me stream is worth $10 to you. So you're more than happy to pay $5 because fuck, you're making a profit. You are making a $5 profit. You'd be willing to go up to $8 if it meant that you still got to watch the streams every day. Right? So both people are happy because to me, your sub, right? So to put this into perspective, I, right, believe, and if I were to put a number, it's very hard to put numbers on very abstract things, right? But if I were to put a number on it, I would say I kind of feel like my streaming and the entertainment value that I bring is about $3, right? It's about $3 worth, I think. In my mind, I'm worth about $3. Yeah. Now, actually, no. I feel like I'm probably worth even less than that. I feel like maybe $1, right? I feel like $1 is what I'm sort of worth in terms of from every single viewer. So when you give me $5, I'm happy because I'm making a profit because you're giving me more than what I think I am worth. And you're giving me less than what you think I'm worth. So both of us are walking away from this feeling incredibly happy. We feel happy with the exchange that we have. Why can both of us walk away from this feeling this way? Because Twitch is the ultimate version of the free market. It is the complete version of the free market. There is no one that is interfering with our relationship here. There is no one that can come to you and say, you must pay for this, and you must pay this much. And if you don't pay, fuck you, right? It is 100% your choice to be here, and it's 100% your choice if you want to pay. And no one is forcing me to be here. I can absolutely leave and I don't have to be here. So it is it's the ultimate free market system. There is rules, right? Yes, there is. What force is being applied to you, Martin? Who is forcing you to be here or forcing you to pay something here? Even yeah, there are other options, obviously, right? You can go watch someone else. You don't have to watch me. There's like a shit ton of stuff that you can do, right? Maybe people feel forced because of the ads. I wouldn't like say that I wanted to use emotes specific to your channel. There is a paywall, Martin, but yes, the emotes belong to me, right? And that again is part of the free market. I own the I own those emotes. If you're gonna use those emotes, you must pay me for it, right? But that's a bonus on top of whatever you're paying me for. No one really subs to anyone for specific emotes, but it's my product, it's my property, right? You get to use it if you pay me for it, right? So it's still, that's still not force being applied on you. Again, no one is forcing you into anything. It is just, if you want to use it, you have to pay for it because it belongs to me. It doesn't belong to you, right? So the force there is literally you forcing yourself because you want the thing. Like that's the idea. You're also not losing anything because again, no one is forcing you to be here. No one is forcing you to pay to be here. Which is the ultimate form of the free market. The problem is in how the free market gets warped eventually. Now, I hear a lot of you asking, how is this different to the mount? If you are here, right, currently, and you're not paying, what happens to you? Nothing. You can still watch, right? So the difference between paying and not paying, no one is suffering any downside to not paying, right? There's no downside. You're not losing anything. The only time you'd lose something is if you really wanted to use the emotes, but again, you're not losing anything. You're losing you're losing my property. That's basically it. Yeah. In regards to the $90 version of the game, the $70 version of the game, and the $50 version of the game, the 3-day early access creates a massive loss on the player base. Now, if you're asking me if I think what Blizzard is doing is completely criminal, no. No, I don't think what Blizzard is doing is criminal. Should Blizzard be allowed to do what they're doing? Yes. I never made the argument that Blizzard shouldn't be allowed to do it. I said that what Blizzard is doing is scumbag. And I stand by that. Because what Blizzard is doing is they're charging on the $90 version of their game. They're adding one of the biggest incentives for why people would pre-order. Yeah? So one of the biggest incentives of why people would pre-order, they're adding that to the $90 version of the game. And this is automatically creating a force on players that will pull them up and they will buy the $90 version of the game because they feel like they need that 3 days early access. Is that illegal? Is that a sign of like bad free market practices? In the short term, not at all. In the long term, yes, like very bad. And I'm not moving any goalposts, Martin. What are you talking about? If you're saying I'm not answering your question, what am I not answering for you? Calibub, that's Twitch just doing what they do, right? Best way to see what Microsoft does, dude. Whatever Microsoft is going to do, it's not going to change this level of practice from Blizzard. That's not going to change. This decision to have the 3-day early access behind the $90 version of the game, that was made without Activision. That was made independent of Activision and of Microsoft. They're gonna keep doing this. Was asking how emotes are different than mounts in more expensive versions of the game. My instinct is that they are different. My logic, however, says they're not, apart from incentive, I suppose. Let me think about this. You did stump me. Well done. Let me think about this for a second. I don't think they are different, actually. I don't think they are different. Because ultimately, again, it would boil down to the incentive. Now, I could probably make a very pedantic argument if I wanted to, and I could say almost no one on Twitch subs to people for emotes, which means that emotes have very little value in, like, there's very little pull in terms of what emotes add to wanting to pay for a specific subscription, right? And in that regard, we could then, like, take this argument to its extremes and say, you know, you can live in an apartment, but if you want the oxygen turned on, that's going to be $90 a month, right? And so you can live in the apartment, but if you want the oxygen, and it's sort of like an incentive argument then instead. So there's the difference would be the value of the incentive. Martin, is what I would say. You see, $5, most people that do sub to a channel for $5 aren't subbing for the emotes. They're subbing because, I'll tell you what, most of the people that sub to my channel rarely, if ever, use my emotes. Because my emotes suck. I mean, I spend no time on my emotes. Like, fucking zero. Ferorius just basically makes new emotes when he feels like it, and then I upload them. And, you know, Ferorius also doesn't spend a shit ton of time on the emotes, right? So, because emotes is so little. Eagle Eye, how you doing? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So the emotes offer such a small amount of incentive that it's almost not comparable to mounts. Considering the fact that there are people who actually play WoW purely for mount collection, those mounts now create a much bigger incentive. So if we wanted to compare it, if we wanted to create a scenario where the Twitch $5 sub is comparable to, you know, the mounts, we would have to probably go into, if you sub to a channel, you can watch 20 hours a month of that channel's content, but only when that channel is streaming in the World of Warcraft category. For $10 a month, you can watch 40 hours of that channel's content, and you can watch when they're streaming the Warcraft category or the Cyberpunk category. And then for $15 a month, you can watch all of the categories, right? So if you create that incentive structure, now I think you're starting to become closer and closer to what we would consider the WoW mount scenario to be. Because suddenly, you know, you are creating a very warped incentive for people going higher and higher. Which is one of the things I love about the Twitch thing, right? Is that whether you pay $5 a month or $15 a month, you don't really get a lot of benefit. The $15 a month one is literally just you're giving the streamer more money. You know, you get 5 extra emotes, but we already established no one gives a fuck about emotes. So you're not really. So that's the only place that I would say the different versions in World of Warcraft and the mounts tied to them is different to how Twitch does it, because it is creating a much larger incentive to buy the more expensive version. And of course, Blizzard knows this. There's a reason why Blizzard put the mounts on the more expensive versions of the game, because they know that it will make people feel a sense of force and FOMO not having those mounts. And so people will almost indefinitely upgrade, especially if they care about mounts. Which, you know, again, is it illegal? Should Blizzard not do it? No. Of course Blizzard has the right to do it. Is it scumbag? Yes. And we know we can enjoy your content for free if we deal with some random ads. It doesn't actually cost us anything. True, The Grey. That is very true. CCS, can you post what you said earlier again? Because you asked me to look at your argument and I forgot. Like I thought hard. Dude, it is. Look. When you talk about incentive structures and you talk about the free market, it's always hard, right? I don't pretend to be some giga chad philosopher. I'm not an economist, right? So when Martin asked me that question, I was fucking bold. Like, absolutely. I was sitting here going, how is that different? And on the surface, it isn't. It's different once you boil into the actual incentives, right? And also the weight of those incentives. That's where it starts to change. But no, I'm there. There's a lot of questions that you can ask me that will absolutely stump me, even to things that I am somewhat passionate about. So would Akko's OnlyFans be like mounts? Yeah. If you want to see my dick, you have to pay for OnlyFans, you know? Oh, even means that's a difficult question to answer. I don't know. How you doing, brother? I could hold off for holiday sales on the bundles and just get the base. Can't purchase 3 days early a year later, Sag. Chronic, that's of course another one, right? For the mounts, you could hold off on buying until you get like a special of some sort. Whereas the 3 days early access do really provide, like, it is just peak level scumbag. You know, it takes advantage of the players on a level that it's not nice to see. You know, it's not nice to see that Blizzard is willing to do something like this. That I think is my biggest issue. Cool. I would equate a Twitch sub with a WoW sub. By paying sub, you get access to emotes. WoW gives you access to game where you can earn mounts, but they add microtransactions above the sub, which warps incentives. CCS, actually, very good point, and a point that we've made in various ways in the past. I agree with absolutely everything you said there. You see, what I'm struggling to understand about World of Warcraft is, why are we paying a sub for WoW? Like, this feels like the one thing that no one can answer for me. What is the point of the sub in World of Warcraft? What does the sub do in World of Warcraft? Like, anyone in chat? Because it's supposed to be in order to gain access to the game, right? That's the whole point. You pay the $15 a month and you get access to the game. But if increasingly huge chunks of development is removed from the base price and moved into either higher tiers of the game or altogether just move out of the game, then we have to start asking ourselves, what is the $15 paying for? What am I paying for? Because technically speaking, my $15 a month historically has paid for the Blizzard developers to make the game, right? It's to make the patches, it's to maintain the game, it's to make new stories and new models and new everything, and then to some extent it also makes sure that they can develop new expansions, right? So you charge me for the new expansion, that's $40 or $50 nowadays, and then you charge me $15 a month for all the other work that you're gonna do. Other games that are live servers or live service games will usually have something like a battle pass, which is their version of a subscription, where you pay for the battle pass, and that allows them to keep adding new things to the game because you're continuously paying. When these mounts and these pets and these things are removed from the game and placed onto the cash shop, there is a question that starts to arise. And that question is, who paid for those mounts and those pets to be developed in the first place? Whose property is that? Now, I'm not talking about property in terms of legal property. If my $15 a month is used to pay the salaries of the developers that work on the game, which it almost inevitably is, then a question needs to be asked. Why is a thing that I paid to be made sold to me for more money, since I already paid you to make this thing for me? This would be the equivalent of having an in-house chef that cooks your food, but then also having to pay once the food comes to the table. But wait, I paid your salary so that you can cook the food. Now you're asking me to also pay for the food? Like, this is weird. Why am I double paying for shit here? Clubby, you bastard, becoming a sponsor. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on YouTube. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Akalon, let's start with the more obvious one. Why are people paying the same sub for WoW Classic as they do retail, aside from the fact that Blizzard can charge it because people are dumb? Like, don't get me wrong, it creates the same level of warped incentives. I'm fully with you there. Now, for the Classic version of the game, one could make the argument that you're paying $15 a month, not actually for Classic, but for Classic and for retail. Right? So, again, you know, you could make the argument that even though you don't want to play retail, you are still getting access to retail. If Blizzard was run, if I was in control of Blizzard, if it was me running Blizzard, I would most likely have had 2 tiers of sub. So I would have had the $15 a month that gives you access to retail, and then you also get access to Classic. And then I would have had a $5 a month one that gives you access to Classic. Right? But that was if I was running Blizzard, because I'm not a greedy scumbag, and I like to think about the longevity of things. I don't want to charge people out of the market. I don't want to make people pay for things that I don't think is worth the thing that they're paying for. But that's probably why I'll never be the CEO of Blizzard, because I'm not greedy enough. So you can make a lot of arguments, but at the end of the day, in my mind, the cash shop in World of Warcraft is increasingly, or the sub price for World of Warcraft is increasingly becoming more and more problematic for me. Because I'm increasingly struggling to understand its purpose. Like, what is it actually paying for? Considering the incredible amount of work that's being put into the cash shop, considering the incredible amount of work that's now being hidden behind extra payment balls, I am starting to wonder, but why then have this cash price or this sub price in the first place? If you're going to treat your game like we aren't paying $15 a month anyway. You know, and then we get to, like, one of the key things, and this really does go to my extreme hatred of corporatism, where I don't know if you guys remember, but a while back I said this. It boggles the mind how consumers and people have been brainwashed into looking at a system that has nothing to do with the free market and then blaming capitalism for it. Like, you have people that look at healthcare prices, right? And they say healthcare is out of control. And I, coincidentally, just for you guys, I was watching this, Joe Rogan was talking to a pharmaceutical, like a pharmacist. And the pharmacist explained in the US, if you go into a pharmacy and you buy a box of tablets, like normal tablets, and the tablets are $3, you pay the $3, you leave. But if you get to the counter and you take out your medical card, the copay, minimum copay on that box is now $10. So you would have paid $3 for the tablets, but now you're paying $10 for the tablets, and the $7 extra the pharmacist has to pay back to the medical insurance companies. They have to give it back to the medical insurance companies. So the medical insurance company is selling it for $3, but then also selling it to you for $7, and then it goes back to the insurance company. And the funny thing is, by law, the pharmacist isn't allowed to tell you that if you just bought this cash, it would be cheaper. If you just bought this cash, it would be cheaper. By law, he's not allowed to tell you that. There's a gag order in place. He just has to accept, like, he needs to charge you $10 for the thing. He makes less money on the thing because he has to pay $7 over to the big corporations and also has to buy the stock, obviously. And then obviously, you know, the insurance companies are making big bucks. So people will look at this system and they will be like, oh, it's capitalism. It's capitalism. Look at what capitalism is. The greedy fucks. Where's the capitalism? Like, imagine thinking a system is free where the pharmacist is gagged and cannot tell the customer that if you use your medical insurance, this thing is more expensive. How is that a free market system? It's not free. The fact that there is a law that was passed by a government that said you are not allowed to tell the customer that you are being ripped off by the medical insurance company shows that it is not a free system. But somehow the politicians and the people in power managed to convince the consumer that, oh, the problem is this mythical capitalism. That's the evil system. And now you have a group of young people that is screaming for communism. They want socialism and communism. They want the government to kick these private corporations in the balls. But it's the government that created the bad system that you're currently living in. And the solution is to give the government more power, because only with more power the government will fix the system that they invented in the first place. Make it make sense. It doesn't make sense. But they've managed to warp young people's minds to the point where now young people just think this is fine. And here's why I get super annoyed. You now have gamers in World of Warcraft that claim, and this was in my last video where I bitched and moaned about the 6-month sub mount. I had people in my comment section saying your $15 a month doesn't pay for the development of the game. You are paying $15 a month for the privilege to play the game. And I was just like, what? So Blizzard takes the $15 and throws it a fucking way? Of course the $15 goes to pay the developers that's making the game. What do you mean my $15 doesn't pay for the development of the game? That makes no fucking sense. Like, you can't say that these two things aren't... Of course, in order to gain access to the game, I have to pay $15 a month. Otherwise, I can't get access to the game. But that doesn't mean that the $15 doesn't also pay for the development of the game. Like, $15 can pay for more things than just one. right? Especially if you consider it's $15 per person, which very quickly adds up to a lot of money. Good money, in fact. And that is, it's just a very clever little lie. And technically that's what make for very successful propaganda. You can't convince people of things that are obviously outlandishly fucking nuts. That's very difficult to do. The way you do propaganda is you take the truth and then you just slightly twist it. Just put a little twist on it. And suddenly you can convince a whole generation of whatever the fuck you want. Because technically speaking, there's logic to what is being said. I don't know. It's just scumbag to me. I've once talked to an old Blizz developer, and he said point blank that the base cost of the expansion already more than pays itself out. They could literally make WoW sub-free, and they wouldn't be losing money on WoW. Oh, Pasak, I know that too. I mean, it's not hard to know, right? Like, look, but again, I have no problem with the sub. I have no problem with Blizzard charging $15 a month. Because, technically speaking, you aren't forced to pay the $15 a month. If you don't want to play WoW, don't pay. If you want to play WoW, pay. It's as simple as that. And Blizzard has every right to charge $15 a month, because if they think that their game is worth $15 a month, then why not, right? And the argument is, if you don't think their game is worth $15 a month, then maybe you're not going to pay it, yeah? But the fact that all of us are playing WoW suggests that WoW is at least $15 a month, or like worth $15 a month for us. And so we're happy with it because we're making a profit. And Blizzard is happy because they're making a profit, which everyone should technically be very happy with. Okay, another hot take. How would be WoW priced if it wouldn't have monthly subs? Would the standard game pricing be higher by default? No. No, I don't think you can run an MMO without some kind of incentive, right? I think there has to be some kind of an incentive to run a live service game. Like, even if the base version of the game more than pays for it, and you don't even have to worry about the base version of the game because you can make big bucks anyways, just from selling the normal base version, I still think that a sub creates a sort of... It creates that barrier to entry that I think most of us want. Like, if I'm going to be honest, I don't want WoW to be free to play. Now, this might actually make me sound a bit elitist, but I don't want WoW to be free to play. I don't want the riffraff to get into the WoW servers, because the problem is, if WoW goes free to play, all of those Fortnite fucking Andes are going to start logging into WoW, and then the server is going to be overrun with useless idiots that just make the game worse for everyone else. So I'm perfectly happy with the $15 a month price on World of Warcraft. But even if it were to go free to play, I think there would still be, like, it would probably be done like ESO, where there is a sub if you want to pay it and you get some benefits from it. I said with your pinky up. How about I just vibe for a bit like this, Zentrati? Now, I don't think free WoW would be better than paid for WoW. I don't think that it would. And I think a lot of people think that it might, but the problem is you're gonna run into some huge undesirables. And if you think bots is a huge problem in World of Warcraft right now, can you fucking imagine the bots in World of Warcraft when it goes free to play? Like, dude, can you imagine when the bots no longer have to buy the game or pay $15 a month in order to get into the game? Holy crap. The only problem I have with Blizzard is people with shitty attitudes towards other gamers. Noobs versus the 313,735 versus the casuals versus social players versus hardcore objective players. This is... So, Scuttlebutt, this is a problem that I think have been... It's been bothering me for a while. And it's funny that today has turned into a very philosophical conversation. Or at least almost all of the topics have been very philosophical. But it is a problem that I've noticed for a while now in World of Warcraft, but it is also a problem in the wider world. It's like players refuse to acknowledge the existence of anyone that isn't exactly like themselves. You know, like you have players that look at the anger on the newest cinematics and they're like, I don't know why you guys are so fucking angry. You're just making shit up. And it's like, okay, so is it impossible for you to even begin to imagine that there may be people who don't like the direction of World of Warcraft? Is that just impossible to you? And then, of course, in the same way, you get people that would, you know, blame everyone who doesn't have a problem with the newer cinematics and be like, how dare you? I think, you know, you get this with the hardcore player base. The hardcore player base shitting on the casual player base, and the casual player base shitting on the hardcore player base. And then you think to yourself, wait, hold on, boys. Surely, right, you should understand that different people are going to play WoW differently. And that each of these groups are incredibly important for the longevity of the game. WoW cannot survive with just hardcore player bases, or just softcore player bases, softcore social player bases, or just casual player bases, right? WoW could probably survive with just softcore porn. I wouldn't mind that. But that aside, it's like everyone refuses to accept or acknowledge that they may not be the most important person in the room when it comes to every single decision in World of Warcraft. And I genuinely don't know what the solution to that is. I don't know how you solve that, because the problem has been slowly but surely picking up speed. Like, slowly but surely the problem keeps getting worse and worse. And it's now spreading throughout the entire world into every genre. You just, like, you have people making shit up. Oh, if you didn't like these cinematics, it's because you were a misogynist. Like, what? I guess that tracks, since some of my favorite cinematics were about Sylvanas. I must be the worst misogynist in the history of the fucking game, right? It's these wild things where people they refuse to accept that someone may have a different opinion to them. It's nuts. I'm sure botters don't pay monthly for a sub, short of the box price, but they have so much gold. A WoW token is nothing. True, but most botters lose their gold once they get caught, no? Dude, the fact that Blizzard can still not do anything about bots is the biggest scum-ass ever. Nick, yeah, Tyrande has become buff as fuck. This is true. I'll take. How do you feel if WoW 50 € bundle would get removed and only 70? Oh, that's coming. Digit, that's coming. Maybe not next expansion, but definitely soon. There will not be a $50 version. The only reason Blizzard is doing the 50, 70, 90 is they're trying to see how many people are willing to pay $70. And if it's enough, they'll drop the $50 next expansion. Jay Wild, haven't seen what? What should I buckle up for? By the way, wait, who, Cesius, you said Taliesin defended the newest cinematics? Is it another one of those? Is it another one of those days? Are we gonna react to another one of Taliesin's videos? Is that what's gonna happen here? Toxic, this is ginger beer. It's not like actual beer. It's ginger beer. Dudes, I don't know why you guys get so upset. Reacting to Taliesin is entertaining as fuck. Oh, actually, I think I saw this. But it's
very fun. That's why ban waves exist. That's exactly why ban waves exist. That's why they do it all at once. It's not that they caught him that day. It's not that they did it like, dude. Game companies know when their platform is full of bots. They ban them in ban waves because it's harder to adapt for the aggressor. It's way harder for them to gain like identifiable knowledge from that. If they got banned instantly when they entered the game, they'd be like, okay, something changed. We're going to stop everything. We're going to, make a small change, push it up, gets banned. Make a small change, push it up, gets banned. Make a small change. No, ban them every 6 months. Ban them every 6 months. They learn nothing. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Ban them every 6 months. You could even do it every 3 months. As long as you have a delay in there, it makes it much harder for the attacker to adapt. Every single time. It's so good that way.
I saw a video of him actually explaining why they do it in 3 to 6 months. I don't know if you guys have seen that one, but so do you know why ban waves always happen in 3 to 6 months according to this guy? Because PayPal have a chargeback feature, right? So you can refund on PayPal, and it's usually 3 to 6 months. As long as you do the refund within 6 months, you can literally charge back. So what they do is they wait until they have millions of bots that they've identified. And then they ban all of those bots in one day. So the bot maker gets refunded millions of fucking dollars in one day every 6 months. Just like millions of dollars just disappear from the account. That's why they do it every 3 to 6 months, because they're trying to punish the bot maker. And I imagine being the bot maker having a very bad fucking day. Yesterday you were a millionaire, and today you're broke as fuck. Oh shit, Ferorius, 53 months. Part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you. Taliesin also didn't know what I meant when I told him the player sentiment being disgust is better than apathy. He told me it probably sounded better in my head. Blood Vixen, that does not surprise me. I'm not surprised by that at all. Oh shit, look at this. Shadow made my world. Oh, dude, this looks fucking awesome. This looks cool. Although there would be a lot more towns and stuff in this, but this does look fucking cool. Yeah. I like the little dragons on the side here. Dude, it's better than what I could do. You saw my drawing of this. I'm going to save this. I'm definitely going to be working off of this. Right. Your be dragons. Oh, yeah. But no, I mean, look, it's very difficult. It's very difficult to be balanced and to give Taliesin the benefit of the doubt when so often he goes off and attacks his viewers. I do wonder sometimes if, like, I think streaming was probably one of the biggest mistakes Taliesin ever made, because most of the people that I hear that don't watch Taliesin anymore all say that they stopped watching him because of his live streams. And when he was just doing videos, people loved him. And then he started live streaming, and suddenly people realized, wow, this guy is not a good guy. He's, like, actually not a good guy. And I do think a lot of it isn't even down to him not being a good guy. I think a lot of it is down to Taliesin just being very emotional. And he doesn't have the ability to get angry and still stay rational. You know, when he gets angry, he sort of loses his mind entirely. And then he just goes off and says things that I think the best way to put it is he's actually emotionally involved. Like, I can get angry at a WoW cinematic and 2 seconds later I'll be fine. Because I'm not married to the game. Yes, the cinematic pissed me off, but who gives a fuck, right? I'll go play something else. I'll hang out with you guys, watch another video. Doesn't bother me, right? It's done. What can I do? But when you're married to the concept, then suddenly that becomes a much deeper issue. You know, it becomes a much deeper problem, because now when someone criticizes it, they're not just criticizing the game. They're criticizing you. Right? You are personally being attacked for this thing. And that is really bad, right? You should never be that married to a concept in your life. And yeah, you can't edit a live stream. So you have one of two options in a live stream. You either unapologetically be yourself, or you invent a character. But if you're gonna invent a character, you have to fucking stick to that character. Now, the problem is Taliesin invented a character for his videos and has never really been capable of staying in character. So, you know, the nice guy act works pretty much until someone pisses him off, and then the nice guy act disappears very quickly. You see, I decided from the beginning, this is who I am. And come hell or high water, you get what you get, right? When I make videos as I am. When I do live streams, I do live streams as I am. If you don't like it here, you can fuck right off. I'm not changing for anyone. I'm not growing. Fuck personal growth. I am what I am. Right? And this is who I will be. But I sort of, you know, I don't know. It's sad because he's not a dumb guy. He's a very intelligent guy that oftentimes acts very stupidly because he doesn't have the he doesn't have the ability to control his emotions, and that is sad. Lamir, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. That means a lot. Hearing that, I really appreciate that. And I mean, I am just what I am, you know? The only thing I will say about my streams that may be a little bit different to how I am IRL is obviously when you're streaming, you are a bit more energetic, right? There's a bit more energy. There's a bit more, oh, let's go, right? Because you're entertaining people. But the way I react to things is the way I would always react to things. Like, I think anyone that has ever spent some time talking to me in Discord off stream will tell you I am off stream exactly the same way I am on stream. Like, there's no difference between me in Discord after hours or me in on stream, right? I am what I am, and that's it. You take it or you leave it. I have this theory, him being golden child from Narc family system. Holy shit, I have no idea. In Reed, you seem like an honest person. As much as I can be. I try to be. At least, you know, as much as I can be. I try to not pretend to be something I'm not, because it becomes very difficult to keep track of all the bullshit. So it's far easier to just be who you are and be done with it. Take offense by offense. 7. Don't have fake hype. I hate fake hype. I can't see. So it's not always fake hype, right? But I think I get what you mean. You do get these people that will act hyped even when everyone else can look at the thing and be like, why are you hyped for this? You know, like, you'll see these people reacting to shit, and then the reactions are over the top, and you sort of very quickly realize, okay, wait, I don't think this is real. It doesn't seem real. No one would react that way. No one would actually lose their shit that way. I'll give you guys a great example of this. The biggest donation I ever got in my life was a $1,000 donation. A guy popped into the stream, dropped 100 subs, gifted subs. And I was like, holy shit, dude, 100 gifted subs, man, what the fuck? Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Hearts in chat. And then right after that, he dropped a $1,000 donation. Just bam. Now, most streamers, right, would jump up and scream and fucking go, oh my god, I can't believe you just did that. Holy shit, bro. It's $1,000. Ah. My reaction was, dude, what the fuck? You just gave me $1,000? Like, holy shit, bro. Thank you. Holy crap. Because how else am I supposed to react? Like, it's not natural. I'm not naturally going to jump up and down. Right? Mainly because I'm fat and I'm too lazy. So I'm not going to get up and jump up and down. I'm just going to sit down and be fucking speechless. Because if someone gave you $1,000, would you not be speechless? Right? Like, you would be speechless. You wouldn't know what to say. And that's how I reacted. That's all I could do, really. Cool, bro. Hearts in chat. Dude, imagine if that was my reaction. Imagine if someone did give me $1,000 and I was just like, oh shit. Thanks, bro. Hearts in chat. All right. I was suspicious and check if the donator didn't accidentally. Imagine if that was the reaction. Because to be fair, when someone gives you $1,000, they're obviously looking for the reaction. You know, that's why they would give that much money. That would just be the most anticlimactic reaction ever. Like, the guy literally just sits there puffing on his vape, and then it comes in and he just raises an eyebrow. It's like, chip, bro. Thanks, man. Anyway, so as I was saying, Imagine that. Like, just that's your reaction. Fuck yeah. It would be rude as shit, right? If you just sat here, like, no expression whatsoever. Children get rewarded for things that make their parents look good, like a graduation day on front row, but at home emotionally not available, etc., etc. Sharazan, I can see exactly where you're coming from and what you're describing. I can actually see that as being a thing. Okay, on a Tesla, and they say one of my Twitch subs. Dude, I don't know if... Is there anyone in chat that owns a Tesla? I don't think I have that many rich viewers, but is there anyone in chat that owns a Tesla? Oh, Vixen, the $1,000, you will absolutely see all the hookers and coke running through my eyes. I will just immediately imagine all of the, you know, hookers I'm going to be getting tonight. Yeah, you'll be able to see the happiness. All my money on WoW. Not interested in Teslas, to be honest. I Tesla these nuts, let alone an electric car. See, I get so many, like, there's so many pieces of evidence that's now coming out that actually show that the electric cars are even fucking worse for the environment than just normal cars. Like, it's even worse for the environment. So, you know, now you're sort of looking at all these people with their fucking electric cars and you're thinking, wow, you bastards, you're destroying our environment. How dare you? CCS, no. You see, the problem with electric cars, and I'm literally just relaying information here because I'm not a fucking expert on this. The problem with an electric car is twofold. Number one, the materials used within an electric car causes immense amounts of pollution, right? From the lithium mines to the manufacturing process to even the energy used in the manufacturing process, because a lot of those factories require immense amounts of electricity and energy to separate certain things from each other and to actually build certain things, right? So, and most of those factories are built in places that use coal. It uses coal energy. So the factories are run on coal, meaning you're not saving shit. You're still burning carbon in order to make your electric vehicle. But then the electric vehicle makes its way to the US, and surprise, surprise, you're charging your electric vehicle with coal. Because most of your electricity still comes from coal. So, you know, like, what are you actually doing? Like, how are you actually saving the planet? You're just... You're sort of just using a different form of pollution. So yeah, it's sort of like... yeah, there's just more and more information that's coming out about this. Oh, I want to share something with you guys. This is actually... I wanted to share this with you today. I literally tweeted it so that I could share this with you. We have a case of criminal delusions, fam. Like, criminal delusions. Now, all of you should be aware of the creator, the megastar of Twitch, known as Pokimane, oftentimes referred to as the queen of Twitch. Yeah? So Pokimane, a couple of days ago, just to give you guys the lore, the rundown, so you all know what's happening in the hip-hop land of the kids, right? Pokimane, out of the goodness of her heart, wanted a healthy snack, right? She was sick and tired of going to the store and then having to buy these very unhealthy, sugary snacks. And she thought, you know what? I need a snack, right? And instead of just baking her own snack, she decided to bake snacks for the world. So she designed her own cookie. She called it something. It's called a Mina snack, I think it is. Mina snack or some shit like that. And she released it, all right, for $28 for 400 grams of this stuff. It is her own product. She's very happy with it. And it's filled with vitamin D3, which, you know, really good because gamers don't get sunlight. So obviously, really good thing. Yeah. But then people obviously, you know, like people do, they start to do a bit of digging. You know, they start to look a little bit closer at some of the ingredients, but also some of the packaging. And they start noticing some things that look slightly out of place. You know, just ever so slightly out of place. So they notice that the packaging looks very similar to a thing called Midnight Mini Cookies. From the exact same company, by the way. The company that made her cookies also made these Midnight Mini Cookies. So it turns out that she basically just copied the ingredients and made a new flavor energy drink effectively. Yeah? Now, obviously Pokimane wasn't going to take this lying down, right? That's not her style. So Pokimane then, let's just quickly see here. So Pokimane says, the batch of minor cookies we're currently shipping were made 3 weeks ago. They are not a drop-shipped product, and we own our own formula. The cookies they are being compared to were also made by our manufacturer, Creation Foods, which specializes in healthy food. The compared cookies had one test batch sold before they were retired months later. We partnered with Creation Foods and fell in love with the flavor profile of the Midnight Cookie. Which to me, like, I'll be honest with you, it does kind of read like, oh yeah, we did copy the Midnight Cookies 100% because we like the flavor. Why wouldn't you? But never mind, right? She says that they didn't do it. So Pokimane then goes on and she says, we then decided to work together to refine and improve the formula, and we're really happy with the final product. While the ingredient list may look similar, they are entirely different in terms of ingredient quality, quantity ratios, sourcing, the size, texture of the cookie, and of course the added vitamin D. Now, I won't go into too much detail. I will say for the first part, I fully accept Pokimane's response here. You'd be surprised how many sweets and cookies and stuff exist on the market that is basically the same thing with maybe 1 or 2 different ratios of ingredients, changing the flavor profile of the ingredient. So let's say that Pokimane didn't lie here, right? They did like the Midnight Cookie as a base foundation, but then they wanted to obviously make it their own. They made it their own by adding the fucking sun to the cookie because it obviously it contains vitamin D. And I'll also ignore the fact that this is a health cookie that contains vitamin D, and I'll just say that maybe Pokimane is unaware of the tremendous amount of studies that's coming out showing how bad it is to consume vitamin D. There's all sorts of diseases that they're starting to see relationships with vitamin D consumption, because as it turns out, vitamin D is absorbed through the skin. If you absorb it from within, it seems like our bodies don't really like that. So maybe they did the research and they realized, no, this is absolutely perfectly fine. But, you know, I just know that there are some studies showing that you should absolutely not be drinking vitamin D supplements because they are quite bad for you. Or they can be bad for you, but remember, most of these studies is correlation studies, so who knows what the fuck's going on there. Do whatever works for you, I guess. But okay, so refining formulas is a very common practice in the food industry. Plus around 70-80% of the foods you see in grocery stores are white labeled, like I already said here. I don't mind this as an argument from Pokimane at all. But Pokimane, of course, says that she is here to set the record straight. Now, people also made mention of the fact that these things cost $28 fucking dollars compared to normal $9.99 for 400 grams, and that's what the midnight cookie sold for. Now, I'm not American, but I will say $28 is a lot of moolah. You know, like, I don't know. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but it feels like you could get a lot of blowjobs for $28. And they might actually be healthier for you than minor snacks would be. But all right, she goes on and she goes repricing to make sure that everyone understands. Making a healthy and quality snack with real gluten-free ingredients and added vitamins is not a cheap practice. Again, the added vitamins, even if we said vitamin D isn't really bad for you, even though there might be some studies, but again, I'm not a doctor, so, you know, I don't know. I just know that taking vitamin D supplements appear to be not great for us. But that's besides the point. It feels like when you add vitamins to any snack, that's just a marketing ploy. That is just a marketing thing. No one is going to eat your fucking cookies to get vitamin D. Right? Like, no one's going to get you. No one's doing that. Oh, I have a vitamin D deficiency. I know. I'll go buy fucking cookies. Like, no, just go buy some vitamins and drink them, right? So I don't particularly give it. I don't think the vitamin D added makes a difference here, but never mind. So she says, if you've been following me for some time, you know I rarely take sponsorships because I try to be mindful of promoting or endorsing products. I don't know if that's true. I don't follow her. I haven't sold merch in years. When did she stop selling merch? I'm pretty sure she used to sell merch all the fucking time. I don't know that she stopped, but okay. I capped my donations, which literally means nothing. Back when she did it the first time, I said, you're not changing anything. Because she still gets a fuck ton of donations, but never mind. And frankly, if I wanted a cash grab, it'd be silly to do that through a startup because they are extremely unlikely to profit in the first few years. Plus, any profits we make goes directly back into creating more quality products. Now, for Pokimane, I do feel like I need to explain something to you, Poki. What you've just described there is the literal steps people around the world go through every single day to start a business. You literally explain starting a business and then say it's not a cash grab. Like, I'm not doing this for the cash. I'm not doing it for the moolah. I'm doing it to make a healthy snack or whatever. But you are absolutely doing this for the money. The difference is that you know that this has the potential to be big bucks, right? You can make millions of moolah if you do it correctly. I don't know what you're trying to express here. And also, and I feel like this is perhaps key, Pokimane. The reason most startups take a very long time to make money is because most startups start with 0 customers and have to work their way up. You start with millions of customers. You're not working your way up to anything. You already have the customer base that most businesses would fucking kill for. So you could absolutely be doing this as a cash grab, because I guarantee you, in the first month, you're most likely going to turn a profit already on your sales. I'm sure that there are plenty of Pokimane simps out there that have already ordered boxes of your fucking cookies. Boxes of them. Because they're hoping that there's going to be some feet pics in there that they can jack off to. So, the entire, like, this entire thing is just funny to me. You know, I don't mind that, you know, Pokimane wants to start her own cookie business. If that's what you want to do, Pokey, good job to you. You know, you should get the bag while you're young and you still have some market value. You know, you should absolutely get that bag and you should start shit and you should try and milk your audience for all they're worth. Because ultimately, you know, why have an audience if you're not going to do that? But don't pretend like you're doing it for anything other than money. Now, I get that Pokimane has an image to protect, right? Pokimane is a communist. Pokimane is a communist. So Pokimane cannot be here claiming that she's doing this for money. That's very bad as a communist. You know, communists are all about shared stuff. And you know, she shouldn't be doing things for the free markets. But, you know, let's not pretend. Please don't pretend like this is for healthy living. Or you're just trying to help out your audience with their vitamin D deficiencies. Just be honest. This is for money. You want to pretend like you're doing good while still being rich. The problem with merch, as you stated here, you don't take sponsors. Why do you not take sponsors? Because it's very difficult as a communist to justify sponsors. Because you're a bad communist. Why are you taking sponsorships from evil capitalist companies? It's also very difficult to justify merch. Because you're literally supporting the consumerist capitalist system. But gluten-free, healthy cookies, that sounds like a communist dream. You know, in the communist utopia, we all know that there will be gluten-free, vitamin D rich cookies, at least. But it is for the money, you know, so that when the communist utopia rolls round, you won't be poor within it. So yeah, I wanted to bring this to your attention, guys, because I thought, you know, this is some real life lore that is worth knowing. You know, the more you know, the happier you can be with stuff, you know? What is this, Apocalypse? Oh yeah, I saw this. I retweeted this as well. There are a number of ways in which this is disgusting. I'm not entirely sure which one is the worst. I just know that it is beyond fucked. Like, who would drink this? Never mind. Why am I even asking? Of course we know who would drink this. She has many, many fans, and most of them would give anything to drink even a drop of dirt water out of her pussy. So, of course, if they could drink a beer that they could legally buy that was made from her pussy yeast, they would do it. Right? I mean, if you love Amaranth that much, more power to you, you know? You gotta give Amaranth one thing. And here's why I'm not even angry at Amaranth about this. It's not like Pokimane. You see, the respect I have for Amaranth is that she is unapologetically capitalist. Amaranth does not give a fuck. She is here to make money, and she will make that money. She will get that bag come hell or high water. She doesn't care. She doesn't give a fuck. This is who she is. You don't like it, you can go suck a dick. I respect that. I respect that. I don't approve of her methods, but I respect her honesty. And for that, I say, power to you. May your beer work for you, and I hope that the people don't get sick drinking it. Because that would be really bad for your image. But other than that, you know, more power to you. Get your orders. Yeah, mine is coming on Wednesday. There you go, beef and beans. Fake tits and ugly ass tattoo enjoyers, dude. Brock, I'll be honest with you. I think Amaranth is very cute. Like, look, it's not... There's no mystery as to why so many people watch her. There's no mystery around this. Right? You can look at her and you can go, yep, she's very beautiful. You can understand why so many guys are watching her. We don't have to pretend like she's not hot. Oh, yeah, Apocalypse, I know. I know Gwyneth Paltrow is nuts as fuck. I find it so hard to watch Iron Man. Because Iron Man is such a good movie, but then you see Gwyneth Paltrow in it, and you just go, this bitch be crazy. She's nuts. You know she's nuts, because she made a candle that smells like her pussy. Like, the bitch made a candle that smells like her pussy. Like, how even do you do that? Who wants to buy that? Like, I don't know. I mean, that is some next level shit right there. But we're not done, ladies and gentlemen. We are not done. Our little adventure into the world of lore doesn't end here. It gets so much worse. So this is a thing. It is a thing. According to the GTA 6 publisher, games should be priced by the hour. I can't think of a more moronic statement ever. I can't imagine that anyone would be this fucking stupid. Who would play a game if you had to pay for it by the hour? I actually want to see if can I find the Here we go. Here's the article. Fuck off with this. Why are you doing this? Really? And it doesn't give you the ability to click off? There we go. Screw you, bro. Okay, here we go. Here we go. We're in. The CEO of Rockstar owner Take-Two has talked. Grand Theft Auto 6 first trailer is fast approaching after developer Rockstar announced it'll reveal the first glimpse of the game in early December. Exactly when is still unknown, but Game Awards okay. The game price is also of interest. Although it'll almost certainly cost $69.99, which is what most new AAA games are priced at now. But during a recent investment call, Take-Two CEO Strauss Zelnick said that big budget video games should be more expensive the longer they are. In terms of our pricing for any entertainment property, basically the algorithm is the value of the expected entertainment usage, which is to say the per hour value times the number of expected hours plus the terminal value that's perceived by the customer in ownership. If the title is owned rather than rented or subscribed to, he said in the most confusing way possible. So if I read what he said correctly there, what he ultimately wants to do is, if you make an RPG or a game that is 100 hours, that game should be more expensive than a game that is only 60 hours. And that the game should be priced in such a way that it adheres to the company's value of what the company thinks the game is worth, but also then, what the consumers think the game is worth. All right, so far I'm with him. He's still a fucking asshole, but I'm with him. To simplify, Zelnick is talking about the overall value video games offer and that the price of a game should be based on how many hours they can expect fans to play the game. This formula makes some sense, but it would likely lead to developers loading their games with endless filler to hit higher pricing targets, which is the real worry, considering it's not even that. Like, these guys are not even touching on the real problem. You cannot know what the perceived value of your game is going to be until the game is in the hands of the player base. So, what he's describing here is an entirely fictional universe. It's a pricing universe that is fictional. It will never exist. Because here's the thing. Right now, if you and I want to buy a game, right? The game is $70. We've watched maybe a couple of reviews, or maybe we like the art of the game and we like what the game says about itself, and so we spend the $70 on the game. But now, what would start happening if you had some games that are $150 and other games that are $70? What would start happening to that incentive structure? The $150 games would almost never sell. And the reason they would never sell is just because you, the developer, think that there's more content in your game and therefore your game should be more expensive, doesn't mean me, the player, believe you. Because there are plenty of games that have hours upon hours upon hours of content. It doesn't make that content good. So ultimately, any company that does go for the priced per hour played model would probably sell no fucking copies. They would, no one would buy it, because I'd be willing to take a chance on a game for $70, not knowing if the game's going to be good or not. I wouldn't be willing to take the chance on $150. Like, if I'm going to spend $150, I'm going to be much more careful with how I spend money. He does have a point when talking about the relatively low cost we pay for video games generally, as they haven't increased much in the last couple of decades. Go fuck yourself. I hate when companies don't think through this argument. So, chat, the price of video games haven't changed in 30 years, right? It's been about $60 for at least the last 3 decades. But what has changed in the last 3 decades? Like, can you guys think of anything that may have changed in the last 3 decades? No, okay, we're talking in terms of business. Their argument is, we have never increased the price of video games. We've been $60 since the beginning. But games have gotten a lot more expensive than they were 30 years ago. So, you know, it's becoming harder and harder for us to justify the game, since it's more expensive to make the games now, but we're still charging the same price. But here's the interesting thing. There are far more gamers now than what there's ever been in the history of gaming. Back in the day, like, just to put this into perspective, back in the day, if you got your game to sell 1 million copies in its entire existence, that was considered fucking insane. Like, holy crap, how did you do it? In fact, when Warcraft managed to sell 1 million copies within the first week of its launch, that was front page news. Never before had a game managed to sell 1 million copies in the first week of the game. These days, we have games selling upwards of 5 million copies in the first 3 days of the game. 30 years ago, you were lucky if you could get 1 million players to buy your game. These days, it's 5 million in the first 3 days of the game's launch. And that usually doesn't include all of the fucking physical sales. It's literally just pre-orders and then orders on the day. We have had an explosion in the amount of people that will buy video games, which means that your $60 is making you so much more money than it ever did in the past. You're absolutely bonkers if you just buy this, but this is the state of modern day video game journalism. We have journalists that simply take shit the gaming companies say at face value and don't think through their arguments. Yep, that's true. Brock, absolutely true. 100% agree with you. You know, in this instance, if you were an actual journalist, why don't you go do the research? Why don't you go track? There must be graphs out there that show the amount of gamers today versus the amount of gamers 30 years ago, and the amount of sales today versus the amount of sales 30 years ago. How do I know that that data exists? Because I fucking know the data. Because it exists. As a journalist, just do a quick Google search, and bam, there you go. Now you can offer a counterpoint to Zalnik's bonkers statement. By that standard, our prices are still very, very low because we offer many hours of engagement. The value of the engagement is very high, Zalnik said as part of the company. Yeah, but we don't know that before we play the fucking game. So I think the industry as a whole offers a terrific price to value opportunity for consumers. Now, on that, I actually agree with Zalnik. On that one point, me and Zalnik is in full agreement. I don't believe that there is a single entertainment media that offers more dollar to value ratio than video games. There's not a movie. If you want to go to the movies, what does it cost right now to get like a movie ticket? Let's say you want to go to the movies. How much is that? $15 to $20 over here. All right, so that's $15 to $20, and that is for, let's say, 2.5 to 3 hours of entertainment, right? 7 to 15. Again, that's for about 2 hours of entertainment. Let's take the average, like literally the average video game, right? 12 hours. Like your average small change story-driven game will be about 12 hours worth of main story questline, main story content. That's not including all of the side stories and stuff. That's just the main story stuff. It's also not including replayability. But if we do quick math here, right? So we do quick math. Let's just quickly get the calculator, right? A calculator out. So quick math, we say 15 times by 12. No, we should do 15 times by 6. Sorry. Now I can't fucking remember how you cancel this shit. Where do you cancel? Oh, yeah, we go. Is it that? No. What the fuck? Dude, shows you how long ago I actually used this shit. Well, wait, we could actually, no, wait. We could actually just divide it by 2. Never mind. 90. I could have just done that in my head. So the average movie, if you were to watch the amount of movies that you would get out of a game, it would cost you $30 more than what you're paying for a game, right? And that's talking about a $60 game. That's not even talking about a normal 12-hour game. Actually, fuck it. We need to do the price better than that. I knew something was wrong with this. Okay, there's something I did wrong here. Hold up. I know what I did wrong. That's not what I wanted to do. So we can't go on the $60 price tag because most of those games work on a $30 like $60 games will always have like a 30-hour to 40-hour main storyline. Very few of them will have 12 hours. We instead have to work on a $40 because most games that only have 12 hours of story will be about $40. So you have $90. You can buy two 12-hour games for the same price as what the movies would offer for one. So the dollar to entertainment value is about 2 to 1. You get twice as much value from a video game as what you would get from a movie, right? Of a similar length in terms of dollar to entertainment value or ratio. So I agree with Zalnik on this one. He is correct that the gaming industry offers much higher value than any other medium. The problem is that it also requires a lot more engagement, right? Shadow Sora, yeah, so I'm not including free-to-play video games in this. I'm literally trying to do an apples-to-apples comparison in as close a value as is humanly possible. So using your average 12-hour indie game, story game, what the price is there, $40 versus if you were to do a movie for 12 hours, which would probably be around $90. You can buy two 12-hour video games that will give you 24 hours of value of entertainment versus the 12 hours that you're going to get from the movie for $90, right? What I don't agree with him is everything else that he fucking said in this post. Disco option, well, is the value that subjective? Like, genuine question, is the value that subjective? Is it impossible to equate the value of a movie to the value of a video game? But disco option, it doesn't matter are you talking about the value that Zalnik is talking about or just the objective of it? Because if we're just objectively speaking, then all we're doing is we're applying value as a broad term. Now, if we want to go into specifics, this argument gets a lot more difficult. Which is what I was trying to do the first time I used the fucking calculator. I made a complete fool of myself because I tried to make the argument way more difficult than what it was meant to be. Which is why I said, wait, let's reset this. Let's start from scratch because the argument can be much simpler. You literally just have to look at value as a single entity across a single medium. And for that, gaming shines through. The type of game you're going to play, that's going to differ, right? One game isn't going to provide as much value as another. That's perfectly acceptable. But now we're getting into the kind of math that I cannot fucking do. You want to do that math, you have to go talk to a mathematician. Figure that shit out. Because I can't do that. Digitmerc actually has a very good point here. Reynard, how you doing, bro? What offers more value? $15 for Game Pass or $15 for Netflix? Savin, he is probably available, but he would tell me to go fuck myself. He wouldn't be spending his time trying to do that math. Okay, so they will obviously offer different types of value because sometimes you're in the mood for a movie, sometimes you're in the mood for a video game. But in order for the example to do its job, I'm going to put it to you this way. You have $15 a month. That's the only money you have to spend on luxuries, on entertainment. You can either use that $15 on the Game Pass, or you can use that $15 on Netflix. Where are you spending your $15? Raven, so we already know we're talking about gamers here because this comes from an article about the fuckhead at Rockstar, at Take-Two, that says that games need to be much more expensive. and they actually have to charge per hour for video games. So we already know that the audience we're talking about is gamers. Right? We're in the gaming audience. Obviously, if it's a random boomer, he's probably going to go, what's Netflix and Game Pass? So we're not talking about the boomers or whatever. We're talking about gamers. Game Pass is incredible value, true. And as all of you have just said there, you would rather pay for Game Pass than what you would pay for Netflix. Because ultimately, games have a lot more value than what they would have to, what a movie would have. If you could only do one thing, either games or watch movies for the rest of your life, you are going to choose the games because they are just more fun. You know, it depends if I feel like fiddling with a controller or not. Are we still talking about movies, or is this the controller to the vibrator? Because that's free on the internet. You don't have to pay a subscription for that. Unless you're like super hardcore and you only want to watch the highest definition of porn. But otherwise, you're good. If you were talking about the controllers on consoles, we don't count console gaming as gaming. That's a hobby, you know, that peasants do in their free time when they, you know, want to relax after a hard day in the mines. Here we're just talking about, you know, the cream of the creme de la creme. The master race that is PC. Oh, disc option. Yeah, of course. Of course. The man is already setting up to charge more for video games. Like, you just fucking know that. A game can provide so many more moments compared to a movie that really only have one. When you see it the first time, a game can give you a new adventure each time you log on. I would also say that gaming is probably one of the best mediums to tell stories through. At least for me. I love books and I love reading, but there's something magical about a good game that not even a book really offers. Like, not even a book, in my opinion, comes close to how masterful a video game can tell a story. Like, when I played Witcher for the first time, it was like, holy shit, dude. What is this game? What is this game? And then you play Baldur's Gate, and it's the same thing. It just, yeah, it's next level. Oh, Basak, don't worry about it. Yeah. No, I was looking, just perusing the other day, thinking if I maybe at some point I should buy a new graphics card, just because the 3080 is great. But the one problem with the 3080 is if you play very demanding games on a single PC setup, the lag is quite real in terms of streaming. And then I looked at the prices for the 4090, and I was like, no, I'm good. I'm good. I'll just turn the graphics down to low. It's fine. It do be cool. I'm not fucking paying that. That is a lot of money for a graphics card. Like, they can suck my dick. Holy shit. Yeah, I used to have a 1080, and the only reason I have to upgrade is for streaming. Like, if I was just a gamer, I would probably still be on the 1080. Because it did the job, and I don't really care about playing games with the best graphics. But the problem is, we started to get to a point where even in WoW, streaming and using my 10 and playing the game on my 1080 was creating a lot of lag. Like, the stream would consistently drop frames, or in certain areas it would be almost unwatchable. So you know, sadly, as a streamer, you are sort of forced to upgrade every once in a while just to keep up with game demands. No real issues. No, I do think the problem with the 3090 is that there's a lot of people that buy 3090s that don't need them. So dual PC setups create their own sources of problems, which again isn't something that I really want to deal with. And it can ultimately be just fucking as expensive as going with a 4090. It would actually, unironically, it would be cheaper to buy a 4090 than build a whole new PC to deal stream with. Because remember, it's not just building a cheap-ass PC to deal stream with. All of my sound needs to be routed to both PCs so that it can actually work. And for that, you need very specific interfaces. And the problem is, as PC components have gotten more powerful, deal streaming setups have gotten less desirable. Like, more and more people are going for single PC setups because most hardware is more than powerful enough to actually do single PC setups. So now you get fewer and fewer companies that actually make stuff for dual PC stream setups. So now you're forced to buy even more expensive stuff. Like, for example, my entire audio setup wouldn't work with a dual PC setup. I would have to buy a brand new audio interface that have two USB ports, one for the gaming PC and one for the stream PC. That thing is $600 on its own. So yeah, it's not worth. Trouble Shuffle, I have the 3080, the normal one, and I'm pretty happy with it. Vogue, how you doing? I'm a degenerate and play on a laptop? Holy crap. Wait, actually, Vogue? I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. My brother does that, though. He's also a gamer, but he games on his laptop. I love my PC. My PC is my baby. I spend so much time on it that it's worth, taking care of it and giving it an upgrade every once in a while. You have to treat your baby with respect. Buy it something nice every once in a while. Tell it it's beautiful. And I do have, if I do say so myself, I have a gorgeous fucking PC. And bro, this thing is... Oof. The lines are sexy as fuck on this bad boy. I played on a laptop at work for a few years. Now I game on a Steam Deck at work. But I can only do that because I know I can come home to my PC. True. It was hooked up to two 27-inch 4K monitors, but it's powerful enough to get the job done. Oh yeah, if you have a good... laptops have gotten super good. So yeah, if you have it plugged in... So basically, you're just using the laptop as the case, effectively. You see, Frankie, I have never owned a laptop. And I don't ever want to own a laptop. I don't go anywhere where I would need one. Like, people like to say, oh, you can take your laptop with you places. And then I go, but what places am I taking my laptop to? If I'm going to a place, I'm going there because I need something and then I'm going to come back. So, user 3600, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm not going to go to a place to fucking stay there. Why would I do that? No. My PC can stay here. I'll go to the place, get the thing, and come back. Yeah, the barbecue grill streams is probably the only thing that will one day force me to have to buy a fucking laptop just so that you guys can stop asking me to do a barbecue stream. I am, at the end of this month, by the way, buying a barrel smoker. I found a company that makes barrel smokers. So I'm buying a barrel smoker at the end of the month, and I am fucking hyped for that shit. I am so hyped for that shit. I am finally gonna be smoking a brisket. and I am here for this. I have never smoked a brisket in my life, but I want to fucking smoke a brisket, so I'm doing it. At the end of this month, I am smoking a brisket. Maybe I should try and stream that. I just don't know how I would stream. 'Cause that would be a long-ass fucking stream. I could use my phone, but I don't even have a thing for my phone. Like, I don't have a thing to put the phone on. Like, what do you call that? Phone holder? No. Yeah, I don't have a thing to put my phone onto a thing. So that would be a problem. Just leaning against the box. A tripod. That's the word. That's the word. I don't have a tripod. No, I do have a tripod. I don't have the little thing that would hold the phone that goes onto the tripod. But I do own a tripod. Just not the thing that puts the phone on the tripod. So I would have to go buy a thing that puts the phone on the tripod. I'll figure it out. There's a place close to me that probably sells shit like that. I'll figure it out. But yeah, I'm gonna buy myself a smoker. I mean, you know what? Fuck it. Maybe we will. Jorm, how you doing, bro? By the way, thanks for the first chat. Really appreciate that. After streams, maybe to check tapes and whatnot. Chat for a bit. If we're gonna do a full... I feel like if we're gonna do a stream, we may as well just do the fucking stream, right? So, Inri, I have this, right? I have a GoPro that I have used exactly once. I bought the GoPro and then I used it once and I was like, nah, never mind. Fuck it. So technically speaking, I already have a camera and I'll just need a thing to plug the camera into and then we're good. Yeah, I still want to do that though, Savin. Like, that is still on my list of things to do. I want to get a proper camera with a mic so that I can do videos from different places in Cape Town. Like, go up to Lion's Head, which is like a mountain hike, and take video at the top of Mountain Head. Because it's fucking gorgeous from up there. But then sit up there and do a speculation video from on top of Mountain Head. Or maybe go up Table Bay or Table Mountain and do a video from the top of Table Mountain. I do love my country. I never used to. When I was much younger, I hated my country. I hated my culture. I hated my people. I always thought Afrikaans people are backwards as fuck, right? I always thought Afrikaans people were, like, sort of out of it, you know? Kind of looked at Afrikaans people the same way some Americans look at rednecks. Just thinking, yeah, they're not that cool, you know? I went through a whole phase where I refused to listen to Afrikaans music. I would only listen to English music. Most of my friends were English, and, you know. And as I grew older, I guess I fell in love with the culture. I started to notice small things about my culture that is super unique and special, that I want to preserve and that I think is important to preserve. So yeah, I do love my country and my culture. I love the pictures that you post on Twitter of the beach with you there. Oh, the beaches are beautiful here, especially where I am. Raven, take care of yourself, bro. Thank you so much for hanging out, man. Really appreciate you. Our beaches are fire. They are absolutely beautiful. Are you Zeph Echo? No. No, I am definitely not what would pass as Zeph. Zeph is a very... Well, it depends on what you mean when you say Zeph, because Zeph can mean a bunch of things. Zeph can mean, like, trash, or it can mean stupid. So it kind of depends on what you mean when you say Zeph. What, you don't want to move to Texas anymore? Trouble One, no. Funnily enough, no. I'm perfectly happy with South Africa. I like it here. Did you have a difficult dad? Sharazan, yeah. I mean, asking an Afrikaans person whether or not his dad was difficult is sort of like asking whether or not water is wet. Afrikaans people they're a difficult fucking people. Let's put it this way. So there's this... Let me see if I can find it quickly. There's a saying that basically will explain it. That will explain it perfectly. I think it's General Patton. Let me just make sure. Is it this one? Hold up. Let me just quickly see here. I'm going to give you a quote now that explains the South African, the Afrikaans people perfectly. If I can find it. Okay, so here we go. Yeah, here we go. So these are 3 different people from different countries that had things to say about my culture. Yeah? So specifically Afrikaans speaking white South Africans. The first was Field Marshal Bernard L. Montgomery, the commander of the Allied forces during World War II. That said, give me 20 divisions of American soldiers and I will breach Europe. Give me 15 consisting of Englishmen and I will advance to the borders of Berlin. Give me 2 divisions of those marvelous fighting Boers and I will remove Germany from the face of the earth. This guy fought against the Boers back in the Boer War, so he sort of understood what the Boers were capable of. Then you had American General George Guts and Glory Patton that said the following. The Americans fight for a free world. The English mostly for honor and glory and medals. The French and the Canadians decide too late that they have to participate. The Italians are too scared to fight. The Russians have no choice. The Germans for the fatherland. The Boers, those sons of bitches, fight for the hell of it. Which is kind of true. It is kind of true. Even today, right? You go to any bar at some point, it's fight time, and they fight because why not? Right? And this is from General George Guts and Glory Patton. And then the last one was from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle that said, take a community of Dutchmen of the type of those who defended themselves for 50 years against all the power of Spain at a time when Spain was the greatest power in the world. Intermix with them a strain of those inflexible French Huguenots who gave up their name and left their country forever at the time of the revocation of the Edict of Nantes. The product must obviously be one of the most rugged, virile, unconquerable races ever seen upon the face of the earth. Take these formidable people and train them for 7 generations in constant warfare against savage men and ferocious beasts in circumstances in which no weakling could survive. Place them so that they acquire skill with weapons and in horsemanship. Give them a country which is eminently suited to the tactics of the huntsman, the marksman, and the rider. Then finally put a fine temper upon their military qualities by a dour, fatalistic, old Testament religion and an ardent and consuming patriotism. Combine all these qualities and all these impulses in one individual, and you have the modern boor. That's the 3 quotes to sort of put you to put into perspective what Afrikaans people are like. So yeah, when you ask me, did I have a difficult father? Yep. Yeah. Very hot-headed, very set in their ways. They don't change easily. You want to see something funny, but yet accurate to this day? I can't click that link. This thing isn't giving me really a choice. Hold up. Let me see if I can find this. What is this? It's a Bismarck quote. Oh, wait. Why won't it open? Here we go. Which one is it that I have to read? Yeah, and Afrikaans dads do not spare the rod. Like, my dad, there's an Afrikaans saying that is, buig die boompie terwyl hy nog klein is. Right? Which literally translates to bend the tree while it is still small. And basically what that means is beat the living fuck out of the kid if he's naughty until he fucking behaves. And that is something that is so part of my culture. Like, I didn't get you don't get spanked often. I think I got spanked 5 times in my life, but I remember each of them. They were big enough moments that you sort of realize, oh shit, you know. Run the Widow, how you doing, bro? D-Wolf, they announced patch 10.2.5, really? Where? Where did they announce patch 10.2.5? Did they make a video on it, or? Not up on WoW yet. Can you give me a link, D-Wolf? But no, I mean, yeah, it's sort of like that is part and parcel of just my fear. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have 40 seconds ago, and also, of course, thanks to D-Wolf for providing this to us. Really appreciate that, fam. We have the patch 10.2 Seeds of Renewal announced. Dragon riding everywhere. Gilneas, more customizations. So, the next update, Dragonflight Seeds of Renewal, is in development and will allow defenders of the Dragon Isles to discover the buried history of Azeroth and the Dragon Isles through the Azerothian Archives public event. Take dragon riding to the skies of old world continents, storm Dragonflight dungeons alongside AI companions. Dude, it's actually happening? AI dungeons is actually becoming a thing? It has to be story versions of it, right? Here we see dragon riding available worldwide. We knew that this was happening, right? We knew that this was coming, so not a big deal. Azerothian Archives. Discover the history of the Dragon Isles and meet a unique cast of characters. Hear stories of old and witness the iconography? I want to say iconography is the right pronunciation of whatever the hell that word means, of a time before. Participate in solo and group activities within Traitor's Rest with a weekly public event, plenty of opportunity to explore, and earn rewards like battle pets, mounts, and transmog sets. Okay, might be interesting. I'm very interested in the history stuff, not so much interested in the public event. Gilneas Reclamation. King Greymane is ready to retake his kingdom, but Gilneas isn't as empty as expected. Help reclaim what was lost and return the kingdom to Gilnean hands. What do you guys think is going to be inside Gilneas? Murlocs? Although, no, it will almost certainly be some kind of plague creature or creatures. And then follower dungeons. Here's the one. Here's the big one, boys. Tank, heal, and DPS alongside follower NPC companions that join you on your dungeon adventures. They will be available in all 8 normal Dragonflight dungeons and can scale from 1 to 4 players. These companions will allow players to learn about Dragonflight dungeons at their own pace and provide the freedom to experiment and customize their party makeup. Bro. Okay, I think it's happening. If Blizzard can, in the next expansion, make it so that the only way for you to get through Dragonflight is to play all of the patches, very similarly to how they did it with 10.1. In order to start with 10.1, you had to do the intro quest lines for 10.0.7. If they could create it so that you have to do all of those things, dude, that would be so cool. Because this means that everyone will finally be able to agree on what the fucking lore is of the game. People won't be skipping vast portions of the game. You'd be able to get a good story throughout the whole of Dragonflight, and you don't have to worry about it because the dungeons will be NPC, right? It will be AI companions. But that also means that this could extend to raids. Blizzard, if this works, Blizzard could absolutely do a story version of all of the raids for players that just want to see the story inside the raids. You know, this is huge, by the way. In terms of how this can be implemented into the future, this is phenomenal. I want to see more of this because this is really, really, really cool. Waltz, by the way, 2 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you. You're far too kind, sir. And then we have new character customization. Get creative with your characters. Trolls, it's time to hit the salon and change things up with 5 new hair colors, unique customization for Draenei, Warlock, Tyrant, and Dark Lair Demons are on the way, and customization achievements are coming for completionists. I don't care about that. The biggest thing here for me is this. This is the biggest news of all of it. And not because I care about doing these dungeons myself with the AI. I care about the future of the game. Because in the past, one of the key reasons why you could never really get players to play through all of the patch content is a lot of the patch storylines usually required raid participation. You had to do the raid at some point in order to continue the story, or in order to see the end of the story, you needed to do the raid. So the problem was you can't make patch content part of the normal questing experience because who the hell? You're going to have to hope that there's enough people at your level that want to do a specific raid in order to get the raid up. And who the hell wants to take 3-4 nights just to continue the story of questing? This opens the door to full-blown expansion-wide quests, including all of the patch content, because you can do AI NPCs with a story version of the raid. Yep. This is going to be cool. What do I think about Gilneas and the reclamation of Gilneas? Honestly, I kind of don't care, Barb. I don't really give a shit about the Alliance all that much. And to be fair, I very rarely give a about Gilneas or the Worgen, right? As a race, they've not ever really been that interesting to me. I do think Gilneas is a cool city, though. And I would be very interested to see what Gilneas is going to look like as an actual capital city. Like an actual capital city that players can go to and exist in. Because I think from a looks perspective, Gilneas is one of the best looking cities in World of Warcraft, at least based on the early quests. You guys remember the quests when you, or I don't know if you still do those quests as a Worgen, but back in the day you would start in Gilneas. And I kind of feel like if Gilneas is a capital city, would it not be the same threat as Silvermoon City? So about 2 weeks ago, we discussed how if Silvermoon City got flying, it would kill Orgrimmar as the main city of the Horde. Like, people would much rather go to Silvermoon than be in Orgrimmar, because Silvermoon is just such a cool city. Now I'm starting to feel like, if you are Alliance, would you rather use Gilneas, or would you rather use Stormwind? Like, which city do you think is cooler? Vogue, it's actually a little criminal that Suramar was never turned into an actual capital city, because it is also a very cool city. And Mike, I'm actually with you. I hate the fact that Blizzard have sort of taken all of the portals and only put the portals in the main capital cities. I don't understand the choice there. Why not give every single one of the capital cities their own, like, all of the portals, and let people just choose whichever capital city they want to play in? I don't know. It feels like Blizzard did that to try and not make the game seem empty. But now it's sort of, you're stuck playing in a city that you may not care about. Now, I don't mind Orgrimmar. I like Orgrimmar. But I know there's a lot of people that don't like Orgrimmar that much. Oh, JL, we're literally going through, we just went through that, right? Like, we just went through that. We know of everything that's coming. We've just discussed this. There has to be a reason. I'm betting it's something with actual dev shit. Saven, I don't believe that it is something with actual dev shit, because it used to be the case that portals were in all of the major capital cities. In fact, we used to have far more portals throughout the world than what we have today. And portals were also much closer to the places that you wanted to be in the first place. And then Blizzard changed it, and I remember Preach even asking, I think it was Preach who asked Ian, why do this? Like, what's the point? And their argument was it's they want players to actually travel and feel like they're traveling. They don't want players to just be able to teleport everywhere. That was their answer. It doesn't feel real when people can just teleport to wherever the fuck they want to go. Which is kind of like, yeah, because, you know, that's exactly what I usually think. When I'm trying to farm Invincible in ICC, then it doesn't feel real unless I'm flying from Borean fucking Tundra. That's exactly how I feel, you're right. You know? Now, I know the portal now takes you to Dalaran, but there was a time where it didn't do that. So yeah, it's sort of like it's a terrible fucking system. But anyways, you know, it's what it is. I'm still excited about this. It looks like a cool patch. Considering this is a 0.5 patch, it's kind of huge. For a 0.5 patch, this is kind of nuts. Yeah, Mike, I still don't. But I think the 3 different Hearthstones may actually have something to do with like back-end stuff. Because you could absolutely have a Hearthstone that you can literally just set to something. So you have one Hearthstone, but you can right-click it and then choose another place that you want it to go to, depending on, you know, the 3 Hearthstones that you have. But I feel like maybe that there's some limitations to that. They can't do that. For some fucking reason, they can't do that. That doesn't work. So how many of you are hyped for Seeds of Renewal? How many of you are really, really hyped for this one? More RNG from holidays? I'm a hate watcher. I mean, it's not. So I don't have like super hype for this one, to be honest, because, you know, it is what it is. It's a 0.25 patch. And thus far, I don't know yet what the story is going to be. I'm hyped for the impact that this story can have on the future of WoW. Like, that's what I'm hyped for, is the potential impact that this can have on the game. Gilneas will be like Undercity, just some quests in the city, still not usable. Zach, do you know that for a fact, or are you guessing? Guessing. I don't know if they would do that. The amount of people that has asked for Gilneas to be returned as a capital city. If Blizzard were to bring back Gilneas as a capital city, and then it's not actually a capital city, dude, people would lose their minds. Oh, wow. Can you imagine how angry people would be? Like, the meltdown on Twitter would be palpable. People would go fucking crazy. The opportunity to do this with Amir Drizzle? Yeah, but Amir Drizzle is probably not going to be a main capital city until next expansion. I expect Amir Drizzle next expansion, or maybe the expansion after that, to be turned into a proper capital city. I don't think it's going to happen sooner than that. But I'd be very surprised if it happens sooner than that. Right, this stuff of Twitter. Ilthana, how do you mean? What caused Gilneas to be lost in the first place? Not up to speed on that lore? Who do you think? It was Sylvanas. Sylvanas attacked Gilneas and then decided to plague the fuck out of the city. Zaris, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Yeah, Sylvanas just went, fuck this place. We don't want this place. To be fair, though, I think the reason most people didn't lose their minds over Sylvanas attacking Gilneas is that Sylvanas, the Forsaken, and the Gilneas have history. They don't like each other. In fact, they've never liked each other. So in that regard, it was more of a provoked war. I mean, Garrosh was peeved as fuck because he didn't okay the use of the plague, but still, you know, the plague was used. So who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? Sharazon, what do you mean? Blizzard would lose RP players, and that's really bad for the game? Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I don't know why anyone would even RP in WoW. Like, the amount of Blizzard not giving a fuck about RP players, it surprises me that there are still people playing RP in WoW. Please tell me, what do you think is the meaning behind the old Forsaken banner, the Shattered Mask? I've never actually thought about that. I think it shows the like their broken society. You know, the fact that they aren't anything anymore. You know, the fact that they used to be human and have turned into something. I've never really thought about it. Broken identity, yeah. It sort of shows. It shows a loss of their culture and their society. I would argue. It could also just be like there's so many different. So I don't think the broken mask represents just one thing, though. I think the broken mask may actually refer to a number of things. So if you look at the broken mask as once being human and now being forsaken, the loss of that culture, that identity, the mask that we wear that makes us who we are, being shattered and now being something completely different. But then you could go even deeper with that, and you could say that the mask of once being Scourge and the breaking free from the mask that was placed on top of them, the mask also representing the helm and breaking free from the helm, shattering the control of the helm, so to speak. So I feel like there might be a lot of different attributions to the mask, and why they specifically decided to use that mask. Tagaru, you're talking about the 10.2.5 announcement. Yeah, we already covered it. This conversation stems from the coverage there. That could also be it, Blood Vixen. A role from a theater play. It also plays on not being in control of your own fate, which you see back in their edginess. Well, the not being in control of your own fate may actually symbolically mean a lot. Symbolically, that may actually be very astute. Because there was a time when the Forsaken wasn't in control of their own fate. When the Forsaken were basically the tools of a very evil dude. And it took them a long time to regain that control. And so the mask may be a reminder. Because the thing is, and here's why the story of Sylvanas never actually made sense that Blizzard presented in Shadowlands or even in BFA. Sylvanas was the one that installed within the Forsaken, from a cultural perspective, the idea of complete and utter independence. The Forsaken as a people are the most independent and free-thinking individuals in the game. It's literally why their racial is the will of the Forsaken, and it allows them to break free from mind control. They're also people that Sylvanas herself respects their decisions. They have the right to reject. If Sylvanas wants them to do something that they don't want to do, they have the right to do that. And it's Sylvanas that installed all of that within their society because of where they came from. You know, because they were once under the control of Arthas. When Sylvanas finally broke free, they said that they will never be controlled by anyone again. The difference between the undead and the Forsaken, mostly it's like a semantical difference, really. There's no real difference between the undead and the Forsaken. Everyone sort of refers to the undead and the Forsaken interchangeably. The real difference would be between the Scourge undead and the Forsaken. So, yeah, for most people, undead, you can refer to the Forsaken as undead or Forsaken. It doesn't really matter. And you, for example, do have you have undead that aren't specifically part of the Forsaken. So there's a priest of the light, can't remember his name now. Foul. Yeah, Foul. I think his surname is Foul. Who is he's dead and he's undead. He serves the light, but he isn't part of the Forsaken. He serves the light. So he would just be an undead, but he never joined the Forsaken and their kingdom. So, yeah. The name Forsaken also had various meanings throughout the years. Some very much agreed upon, others not so agreed upon. So it really depends on who the fuck you ask. Yeah, it depends. Truffle, they weren't just disliked by most of the Horde races. They were actively slaughtered by the Alliance. When Sylvanas first broke free from the control of Arthas, and the people of the Forsaken broke free from the control of Arthas, she sent out emissaries to all of the human kingdoms. Because remember, the last alliance that Sylvanas was ever a part of was of the Alliance. Like, they were part of the Alliance. The humans were some of their closest allies until they turned their backs on the humans. And so she sent out emissaries to the human kingdoms. Those emissaries never returned. Like, all of those emissaries were slaughtered by the mortal races of the Alliance. And so if you I don't know if this questline is still in the game. It used to be in the game. I don't know if it's still in the game. But back in the day, when you played as a Forsaken, you would eventually be given a letter by Sylvanas Windrunner. And then you would have to take that letter to Lorthamar in Silvermoon City. And then Lorthamar, because of his relationship, his previous relationship with Sylvanas, because he knew who Sylvanas was, he was the one that then sent you with a letter to Orgrimmar to present to Thrall, and you would then have to, like, you know, Thrall would then accept the Forsaken into the Horde, based on the say-so of Lorthamar. I don't know if that questline is still in the game. I think that questline should still be in the game. TBC, I think. You should still have that questline in the game. Or, yeah, sorry, it's the opposite. You're right. Yeah. Sorry, yeah. You are right. It is the opposite. It is Sylvanas that yeah, you're right. Sorry. You guys are correct. I literally just sat here and I thought, wait, something is making sense here. How is the Forsaken in the Horde after the Blood Elves? Yeah, as I was sitting here, I was going, wait, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I'm missing something here. And then I realized, no, never mind. Now, how did the Forsaken again join the Horde? Was it the Tauren? I want to say it was the Tauren that took pity on the Forsaken. I don't remember this lore very well. It's been years. But I think it was the Tauren that took pity on them, and the Tauren then convinced the Orcs that they should let them in because they needed more allies to be able to survive against the Alliance. I think that was the storyline, if I'm remembering correctly. But as we've already established, I'm not remembering correctly, because for a minute there, I pretended like the fucking, you know, the Blood Elves were in the Horde before the Forsaken. Wasn't it said in the original Undead beginning cutscene? Wasn't what said in the original. Like, you'd have to be much more specific. My mind is not willing to work right now. I don't know why. It was the Tauren. There we go. I think Thrall thought that they should be a part of the Horde, but he was very cautious about it. Well, Mongoku... So, Thrall wasn't really willing to show away any allies. You have to put yourself back in that time. The Horde is literally... Well, the Orcs is on an alien world, effectively. They're in tatters, right? They are barely holding on. They need as many fucking allies as they can get. Here's the issue, though. When you see a fucking Forsaken across the room from you, you literally, you're staring death in the face, right? You're looking at a zombie. So, of course, Thrall was looking at that going, nah, fam. Like, we do need allies, but this is a fucking bit much. Like, maybe we don't need this many allies. Like, we can find different allies. Let's get the Murlocs. They're cute. They'll be fine. They don't actually stink, Balthazar. At least Sylvanas and Nathanos don't stink. At least that's what we know. In Shadows Rising, they go into quite a lot of detail because in one of the chapters, one of the characters asks Nathanos about his cologne, because he's using a cologne, and Nathanos sort of, in a monologue, remembers why he started to use cologne. And it was because the lack of smell is unsettling. Mortals feel very unsettled when they stand next to something that doesn't smell of anything. So they use the cologne so that they smell like something, but they don't normally smell like something. Now, that could be... It could be that not all... Because remember, Nathanos and Sylvanas is pretty unique in this regard. Both of them underwent super secret rituals that preserve their bodies for all eternity so they don't actually decay. Neither Sylvanas nor Nathanos is actually in a state of decay. They're basically in a state of stasis. They don't fall apart. Whereas the other Forsaken do fall apart. That's why you have all of these Forsaken customizations with metal jaws and metal parts for their arms and stuff. Because as the flesh and the sinew and the muscle decay, the bone just falls off. So then they have to put metal shit there to keep the arm. It's sort of their own thing. Yeah, but he is almost definitely going to come back. I'm pretty sure of that. I'm almost convinced of that. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, who are we raiding? I feel like we should go say hello to Judith. I feel like we should go say hello to Judith. He likes farming keys and shit. Dude, I'll say his name the way that I fucking want. But you can say it the way that you want. Like, how does the raid finale storytelling make you look at WoW's future story? I don't want to talk about it, Prophet Scott. I don't want to talk about that. It doesn't make me feel good. Let's put it that way. It doesn't make me feel good. I'm skeptical of the current story because I feel like the current story is setting it up in such a way that if we don't see change soon, Paranoid Pixie, how you doing? How are you doing? Ladies and gentlemen, let's get some love in chat for Pixie. Pixie, are you streaming tonight, or are you slumming it? But no, there's yeah, part of me just makes me think I'm like, hopefully the next expansions aren't this lovey-dovey bullshit. Hopefully the next expansions are like super hardcore, fuck the world, back to war shit. Like, that's what I want to see in World of Warcraft in the next expansions. So I'm hopeful. Maybe with Chris Mason, he's a Warhammer fan. I can't see how anyone that's a Warhammer fan is going to write this Disney level drivel that we've had in DF. I don't see it. I wonder if Chris Mason himself didn't decide to come back after seeing what the fuck they were planning to do. Been lurking in bed already. Gonna be streaming again on Sunday. Going to a wedding in Grafreinet. Oh shit. Grafreinet. That is so far away from me. Holy crap. Holy crap. Grafreinet is a beautiful place, though. I've seen some pictures. I drove through it, but at night. So, but I've seen some pictures. That place is insane. I love how you pronounce that. Which one is that, Super Sneed? Grafreinet. That is pretty much how you should pronounce it. Unless you're English, in which case, I don't know how the fuck you'd say it. I don't know how the English would even begin to say that. Hoping the shit we're seeing is them kind of rushing to wrap up what they had and move into Chris's stuff. Dude, we can only hope. Let's hope. Let's hope that that is exactly what happens. Yeah? But alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna raid Jedith. Go say hello to him. Even if you don't want to stick around, if you want to go play your own fucking game or whatever, or you want to go watch someone else, that's perfectly fine too. Go say hello at least. Represent the channel a little bit. And I will be back tomorrow for our Friday stream, where we'll basically do the same thing we did today, because that's what we do. What the fuck do you want from me? Like, what do you want? Like, stop asking for too many things. About 3 hours away from me, so not too bad, but I'm excited to game again. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'll definitely be popping in when you stream again. Ladies and gentlemen, anyways, be kind to each other. Be good to each other. And I will see all of you in the next one. Peace out, fam. And of course, to the YouTube peeps. Sorry I can't raid anyone, because sadly, you know, YouTube doesn't allow that. But I love you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with me, for spending your time with me. I love you all.
With the raid, I don't know why the alert didn't work.
Peace out, fam.